All right, welcome to Sac City Unified School District Board of Education meeting. I will start with a roll call.
All right. Member Jean?
Here.
Member Kayada?
Here.
Member Benjamin?
Here.
Member Singh?
Here.
Member Ibarra?
Here.
All right, thank you. Al, do we have any public comments?
Yes, we have four. First speaker, Angela DeClaro, followed by Rachel Rios and Dr. Manuel Guillaume and Arturo Elman.
Perfect. Are those all on the same item?
Yes, they are, 3.5.
Okay, thank you.
Hello, everybody. Good evening. My name is Angela DeClaro, and I am a program manager at 916 Inc., one of the partners over at La Familia. Raise your hand if you're familiar with 916 Inc. Oh, good. Okay, perfect. For those who are not, just a quick overview. So what we do is this past year, we have been able to bring a lot of people to the La Familia campus, and it's a huge part of it, a heart of what we do. We're continuing to expand our services to bring students in. So 916 Inc., we are a creative and literacy writing program. We serve over 40 schools in the greater Sacramento area. We're in over 7 districts. And so these are all the students that we serve. There's a lot of students. We served over 1,300 students last year alone. We published over 35 books in 5 months of only student writing. We serve students from 3rd grade to 12th grade. We serve Title I schools. We're in the Sacramento Detention Facility Center, court and community schools. We serve the most vulnerable students. And we would love to continue that. For those who are not able to be part of their programs because their districts are not able to pay for it, or their schools, we provide everything that we do for free to the students. So on Tuesdays and Thursdays after school, we have students coming in from Word Squad, which is 3rd to 5th grade or 6th grade. And then we have Authors Lab from 6th to 12th grade. These students are incredible. We have had students who are even working on their trilogies. Okay, so this is the type of work that we're able to do. We facilitate that. One of the other things we've been able to do, and we bring all of these students in to our campus. If you've ever been to the Imaginarium, have you been to our Imaginarium? Very cool. It is such a place. If you come on campus, I invite you, you are more than welcome. I'd love to show you a tour. When you go on campus, you go into our garden of stories. Oh, is that 2 minutes? Oh, no. Okay, anyways, thank you. I'm just saying we would love the support. We bring a lot of students in, and we're planning on bringing more all the way from Placer County. People are coming all the way from Loomis to come to South Sac just to come to Imaginarium. Thank you so much.
Thank you.
Good evening, President and members of the board. My name is Dr. Manuel Guillaume. I am the Executive Director of United Latinos Promoviendo Acción Cívica. We serve families, Latino families throughout Sacramento through civic engagement, education, and community partnerships. We are here on behalf of those we serve to say that La Familia Counseling Center is a linchpin of our community, holding together essential services, trust, and relationships, and stability for our families. That stability directly supports students' attendance, mental health, and readiness to learn, conditions every school system depends on for student success. While we can't claim that La Familia is Santa Claus, the impact comes close. As we speak tonight, La Familia is distributing over 600 holiday gifts to children in our community. And this is just one example of why the Maple Neighborhood Center is a trusted and vital hub of Latino families, supporting students, strengthening families, and providing stability in times of need. We strongly support the transfer of ownership to La Familia to ensure continuity of these critical, essential, and culturally responsive services. Thank you for your leadership and your consideration.
Hello, good evening, President, Trustees, Superintendent. Thank you so much. My name is Rachel Rios. I'm the Executive Director of La Familia Counseling Center, and I have with me.
I'm Rick Branson, the Chair of the Board of La Familia Counseling Center.
And Doreen Rose, I was an elf, but now I'm here.
We are coming to you directly from our holiday event where we have over 600 kids and many families of diverse cultural backgrounds enjoying the holidays, where we're able to give them not just some toys, but also some information. So we have about 20 other vendors that are there giving them information, because we always sneak the learning in. And so we are just excited to be here once again, one step closer to realizing our longstanding dream of owning Maple Center. And as we look back on the last decade of all the work that we've done at Maple, and by the way, in the documents you'll get, there's a little link to a video so you can look at all the improvements that over the last 10 years we've invested in Maple. So we've invested over $2 million of the improvements at Maple. And then as we started preparing a document for you to look at, we realized just the value of the public service that we have contributed to community members, easily over $3 million, and we didn't even count our holiday events and all of the other things that we do. So we are here saying that we're not just building a building at Maple. It's not a building. It is a trusted space where families can gather, where community comes, where they know they can get services. During the pandemic, we vaccinated over 8,000 people, tested over 34,000 people. We were the place where the community came and looked for services. And so today, we ask you, the board, to approve the receipt of Maple in recognition of our long-standing and dedicated investment that we've made, the public benefit, and our commitment. We know approval of this action will not only continue this work, but will also relieve the district of an ongoing financial obligation, ensuring that Maple remains in the community and part of the public interest. Thank you for your time.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Good evening, Mr. Chair and members of the board. My name is Arturo Aleman. I am one of the founders of United Latinos Promoviendo Acción Cívica, which means promoting civic action. But I want to talk to you more as a community member. It's more important, I think, at this point. We have an organization in our community that is essential right now, especially given the circumstances that we're facing coming from the federal government and other areas. I recognize that you all have really difficult choices to make tonight. I recognize that it's not an easy question, but I think that you should at least consider that the decisions that you make with regard to La Familia, which is an anchor of our community, it's a place where people feel safe given the circumstances, that you should make a decision on their behalf. We have just an enormous amount of issues, and you're facing many of these, and they're going to get worse before they get better. But the decision you make today will carry for many, many years beyond the time. There'll come a time when times are good again. I've been through 3 of these before, 3 downturns in the economy, 3 times when we've had substantial closures. But we've always come back. Our communities are resilient, and it's very important that you give that opportunity for the future. Thank you very much for your time.
No more public comment.
All right. Anybody have any comments? Okay. All right. Well, with that, we'll head to closed session. Thank you. All right, calling back to order, Sac City Unified School District Board of Education meeting. We will start with the Pledge of Allegiance.
Everyone, please stand. I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
Una día.
Algún día, yes. Ojalá fuera hoy.
All right, with our student member out, I will be reading our statement for the broadcast statement. So this meeting, the Sacramento Unified School District is recorded. The recording will be cablecast on Metro Channel 14, the local government affairs channel on Comcast and DirecTV versus cable systems. The recording can also be found on closed caption and video streaming at metro1forlive.saccounty.gov. Today's meeting replays on Monday, the 22nd at 12 o'clock and Tuesday, the 23rd at 6 p.m. on Channel 14. Once posted, the recording can be found on demand on YouTube. We welcome members of the audience to address the board. Please complete a speaker form, which is located in the back of the room, and give that to our comms representative along with any handouts you may have for the board prior to the conclusion of the item's presentation. Please speak into the mic when addressing the board and state your name for the record. Please limit comments during public comment to items that are not on the agenda. If you do comment on an item that's listed on the agenda, we ask that you please defer your comments until your item comes up on the agenda. Please also turn off your cell phones or place them on silent mode. Thank you. Next up, we will go to our stellar student introduced by board member April Ibarra.
Thank you. Good evening. I am actually really excited about tonight's stellar students that we're going to honor. I was asked if I had a request for what I was looking for in stellar student, and I said, you know what? We have an adult school, and I've never seen us really bring them out. And so I asked to explore that. And boy, Manfred, you just brought me stories that warmed my heart, and I'm so excited to share them with you this evening. So, the first one I want to announce is high school diploma stellar student Oscar Pinedo. In 2023, Oscar was diagnosed with kidney failure, and in 2024, he was forced to quit his job and begin dialysis treatment. It was during this process of regaining his health that he started thinking about the diploma that he didn't earn 30 years earlier. Oscar signed up for the high school diploma program in August, and he never looked back. He is the epitome of the adage, it's never too late. The next stellar student is high school diploma stellar student Marcos Jaime Ramirez. Marcos is our first high school diploma graduate at Charles A. Jones Career and Education Center. He owns his own business and wanted to complete his education by obtaining his high school diploma. He persevered to reach his goal and has greatly improved his English and computer skills, developing a great deal of confidence to run his own business. High school equivalency stellar student Hamisha Bahar Habibi. Hamisha Bahar Habibi arrived to the United States from war-torn Afghanistan in spring of 2024 at the age of 18. Soon after, she enrolled at Charles A. Jones, but her teacher retired, leaving her without an instructor. Determined to learn English and pass the high school equivalency exam, she studied using library resources on her own. Through her efforts, she passed the science portion. To strengthen her math skills, she attended a summer boot camp. Oh wait, I skipped a part. She passed the science portion, and to strengthen her own math skills, she attended a summer boot camp. When her new teacher arrived that fall, she passed math, writing, and social studies. English literature posed the biggest challenge, and she took the test 3 times. Nevertheless, with a determined mindset, despite these setbacks, she passed this November and earned a high school equivalency certificate. She now looks forward to pursuing her dream of becoming a medical doctor. English as a second language stellar student, Christina Letou, and I hope I said your name right. Did I say your name right? Yes, okay. Christina is a hardworking student who eventually wants to join the Armed Forces of the United States. She is one of 3 sisters attending Charles A. Jones. They have a very close relationship and are from the Tonga in the Pacific Islands. She always does her homework, and 3 other ESL teachers who have had her as a student unanimously agreed she would be an excellent Stellar Student Award recipient. A. Warren McClaskey, Adult Center for Students with Disabilities, Stellar Students, Charles Murray. He came to AWM, yes. He came to AWM at 24 years old. He arrived with clarity about what he needed to accomplish. His priority was taking care of his mental health, a brave and essential step that set the foundation for everything that followed. Charles understood that real progress began from within. And from there, Charles set his sights on independence. He secured employment with SCUSD as a food service assistant in the Rosemont High School cafeteria. Yes, demonstrating his commitment to building a stable future and serving our school community. And lastly but not least, Vanessa Ceja. Vanessa is eager to learn and is doing a wonderful job learning Sacramento's public transportation system in her community access skills class. She works in the cafeteria washing dishes at West Campus High School and is a hardworking young lady, according to her boss. So I want to invite everybody in the audience to give a warm round of applause for these amazing stellar students. Thank you. I'm going to come down and give you each your certificates, and then we can take a photo. Can we have a hug? Congratulations. Thank you. Now we'll take a picture. Okay, you want me? Okay, I'll stand right here.
That's a way to start a meeting. Feel me well done. And I love that we're starting on it, regardless of who we're in this room.
All right, moving on to announcements of action taken in closed session. Ann.
Good evening, President Singh. There are two announcements coming out of closed session this evening. First, the board approved a settlement agreement resolving OAH case number 2025040746 and related to special education services by a vote of 5-0 with members Navarro and Rhodes absent. The second announcement will come from your superintendent.
Thank you. I am pleased to announce that the board approved the following appointment by a vote of 5-0 with board members Rhodes and Navarro absent. The board approved the appointment of Lisa Grant Dawson as interim Chief Business Operations Officer.
All right, thank you. Item 6.0, agenda adoption. I'm actually going to make a motion to move item 10.1 up before public comment and also remove items 13.2 through 13.9 to bring back for a future meeting.
And President Singh, I would also like to ask that we move item 8.1R to be placed after item 11.2 as an appearance item.
8.1R to after
11.2.
Okay. All right, well, I'll motion that. See if we have a second.
Second.
Okay, a roll call. Do we know? Oh, okay. All in favor? Aye. All right, cool. Well, she pulled out her roll call vote. Okay, well, with that, we're going to jump to 10.1, so I'll hand it off to you.
Thank you, President Singh. I would like to announce that nominations are now open for the president of the Sacramento City Unified School District Board. Are there any nominations?
Member Ibarra.
I would like to make a heartfelt motion for La Tara Jean, Ms. Tara Jean, to step into the role of our president. Tara is not just a dedicated classroom teacher. She has consistently prioritized the needs of students through her advocacy and deep understanding of collaboration and, more importantly, governance and policy. Her integrity stands unmatched, and she never misses an opportunity to steer our conversations towards student-centered solutions, all while challenging us to think more deeply and reflectively. With her experience as a teacher, Tara brings invaluable organizational leadership skills to the table, and I have learned that if you need to put something together in an organized way, you find a teacher. Teachers excel at creating structure and frameworks, precisely what we need as we navigate the tough decisions ahead. Tara's willingness to engage in healthy debate and her respectful approach to differing opinions will help facilitate a smoother process for us all. While the work in front of us may seem tedious and wearisome at times, I am confident that under Tara's leadership, we would not only accomplish our goals, but also experience significant personal and collective learning along the way. So I want to embrace this journey together, guided by someone who embodies both passion and expertise. And because of this, I wholeheartedly support Tara Jean as our president, and I hope that you all will vote in favor.
All right, seeing that as a motion, I will go ahead and second, and we will go to roll call vote.
All right. Member Jean?
Aye.
Member Kayada?
Aye.
Member Benjamin?
Aye.
Member Singh?
Aye.
Member Ibarra?
Aye.
We have a new president. All right.
Go ahead.
Nominations are now open for vice president.
I will go. I will nominate Taylor Kayada for vice president. I don't have a speech, but I'm sure you'll do great.
I will second.
All right, roll call.
All right. Member Jean?
Aye.
Member Kayada?
Aye.
Member Benjamin?
Aye.
Member Navarro? Nope, sorry. Member Singh?
Aye.
Member Ibarra?
Aye.
We have a new vice president. All right, and finally, nominations are now open for second vice president.
Member Jean.
I would like to nominate Member Ibarra.
Second.
All right, roll call.
Member Jean?
Aye.
Member Kayada?
Aye.
Member Benjamin?
Aye.
Member Singh?
Aye.
Member Ibarra?
Claro que sí. Aye.
We have a new second vice president.
Perfect. Thank you.
Okay, I believe that takes us to 7.0 public comment. Do we have any public comment tonight?
We do, President Jean.
Thank you.
like
I'm
the sound of that?
shocked considering how few people are in the room.
We have 17 speakers for this evening. So we will begin with Garrett Kirkland, who has a total of 8 minutes, followed by Richard Dixon for 4 minutes, and then Belinda Bridgewater for 4 minutes.
Welcome.
Welcome. So real fast before I start my official speech, I'll point out we just acknowledged that if we're looking for someone to organize something, we got to find a teacher in front of a room full of administrators that organize a lot of things. Just want to call that out. But good evening, President Jane, board members, and superintendent. My name is Garrett Kirkland, and I'm the president of United Professional Educators, AFSA, Local 154 AFL-CIO, representing a range of district administrators. It gives me no pleasure to share the collective thoughts of our members and non-represented employees tonight. But once again, Sac City finds itself in the headlines, facing a so-called unexpected fiscal crisis. Those of us in credentialed and uncredentialed administration, many of us who have been in the system for over 2 decades or longer, know that this isn't possibly unexpected. The warnings have been called out by previous superintendents, county superintendent, and state fiscal auditors. The root cause is the same, and the victims of fiscal mismanagement or fiscal malpractice, as always, will be the students of our city. But this crisis is neither sudden nor unforeseeable. It is the predictable result of how this board has been making decisions over time without adequate safeguards and despite repeated warnings. Those warnings came from multiple sources, including the former Chief Business Officer, Janae Marking, who warned so strongly about the consequences of those decisions that she ultimately resigned rather than be part of them. These were not philosophical disagreements. They were explicit warnings about risk, sustainability, and long-term impact. Now we face a $43 million shortfall that is expected to balloon to $125 million the following year. At the school site level, we do not have the luxury of overspending or the ability to avoid accountability because we know our decisions may be reviewed, audited, and questioned. That expectation is clear and it's appropriate. So tonight we are asking the board to finally eliminate that double standard and accept accountability for the decision it has made. FICMAT and other fiscal oversight reports did not describe an unavoidable disaster or external shock. They described governance failures, weak internal controls, lack of budget monitoring, flawed decision-making processes, and a lack of long-term planning going as far back as 2017. In other words, the problem was not what the district could not foresee, it was what the board chose to ignore. We need to know why were known risks voted for, approved unanimously by the board. For example, you recently approved a new contract for SCTA as of July 1, 2025. That includes the following: over 200 new unit jobs, 8 days of salary schedule pay for days no longer worked, a 2% raise on top of that for this year, and another 2% for next year. The last 2 components of that contract ratified this summer equal an 8.3 raise for SCTA members. And let me be clear, UPE supports teachers being highly compensated. And we also support the addition of reading specialists, nurses, etc., that were added to their contracts under 2 conditions. 1, having it certified by the CBO that the district can afford it. 2, with the understanding that the district has 4 other bargaining units and many other non-represented positions that deserve to be treated fairly and equitably as it relates to compensation and benefits. As a result of your actions, the rest of the bargaining units are being told they will not get the equivalent of the 8 days, nor the 2%, or the other 2%. Is that your notion of equity and fairness? UPE has some key questions that deserve to be answered. What was the board's motivation and rationale for approving contracts that they knew in advance would place us in fiscal crisis? Who's accountable for signing millions in contracts with special education without prior approval? How does the board explain making important fiscal decisions without going through necessary required board training related to governance and fiscal responsibility? Why were reserves reduced to a legal minimum? And finally, are you willing to acknowledge your own governance failures in this crisis instead of trying to blame it on having too many administrators? The FICMAT report states that 94% of the district's budget is tied up in salary and benefits when the statewide average is 86%. It did not say that the deficit was caused by having too many administrators. We are now being told that the solution is to keep cuts away from our students. But this plan attempts to balance the budget on the backs of administrators who will lose pay, lose positions, or lose their jobs entirely. We all know because of your decisions that just cutting administrators will not resolve this ongoing structural deficit. District office administrators who design programs, ensure compliance, support campuses, and respond to crises will be eliminated. And even more will lose their jobs next year. Site administrators, principals, and assistant principals are being stretched even thinner, asked to supervise more, manage more instability, and absorb more risk with fewer resources. Going forward, we will take issue with any attempt to have our members work the equivalent of 2 job descriptions as a result of your actions. Principals, assistant principals, learning support coordinators, homelessness coordinators, and mental health specialists are already doing more with less. Eliminating these roles will directly impact students. Under California law, and the basic principles of public governance, the Board of Education is ultimately responsible for the fiscal health of this district. The buck stops with you. Many employees in our district are now asking themselves whether or not we are better off going into state receivership. So as to avoid politically motivated decision-making going forward. Many employees feel the board has been negligent in its core responsibilities. We expect better.
Next speaker is Richard Dixon, followed by Belinda Bridgewater, and then Chase Tafoya.
I'll get started if I may. Good evening, members of the board. Superintendent Allen, my name is Richard Dixon, and I have the privilege of being the principal at David Lubin Elementary School. You might remember the last time I was in front of you when we celebrated a student from our very fine deaf and hard of hearing program back in May, a student who had arrived in this country not 2 years before, having never attended school and with no formal language, just a handful of family-created signs. We spoke about her unquenchable thirst for learning and a drive that allowed her to be successful just 2 years later and inspired everyone in our building. I want to draw on the same spirit tonight, but not to celebrate, to ask questions, serious questions. For context, I've served this district for 23 years, 9 as teacher, 14 as principal. This is not my first Sac City financial crisis. However, in past crises, everyone was asked to sacrifice. This time, that does not appear to be the case. So tonight, we're facing a $43 million budget shortfall, projected to turn into $125 million by the start of 27-28. So, questions. Why did the board approve salary increases for SCTA and additional staffing positions at the September 4th board meeting, when on June 5th you've been presented with a budget report that projected ongoing structural deficits for 26-27 and 27-28, before those raises added an estimated $85 million in liabilities? I have questions as to why a proposal was submitted to the board by the district under those circumstances. Was this transactional politics as usual in Sacramento and simply a return on investment? SCTA supports board member candidates' elections. The board gives SCTA members unsustainable raises, protects SCTA members from the staffing cuts those raises make necessary. Board members move on to the next political office with a union endorsement in hand, and everyone who is left, including our students, pick up the pieces. The fiscal solvency plan approved by the board in November makes reference to consolidation options for district facilities, and I recognize that language. I was the principal of Washington Elementary in 2013 when it was closed by the then board, along with 6 other schools, after the same assurances we're hearing now were made back then, that impacts will be kept away from classrooms. So we find ourselves on the brink of a state takeover, one that would strip you all of any decision-making authority, a high risk according to the state. The decisions you've made have brought us to this. So I'd like to go back to our student. She stood at this same podium with her remarks and ended them with words I shan't easily forget. Be brave always. Be brave always, she said. I urge you to do the same. Be brave by centering the long-term interests of students over the short-term interests of any single labor partner. Be brave by choosing sustainability over expedience, indeed personal ambition. And be brave so this district can have a future that does not repeat the past. Be brave always. I thank you for your time.
Good evening, board members, and thank you for the opportunity. My name is Belinda Bridgewater, and I'm the proud principal at Isidore Cohen Elementary School. I'm here tonight to voice my sincere disappointment with the board. I have followed board meetings since I became a principal 11 years ago, and I find it troubling that we are back in the same exact situation we were several years ago before the influx of COVID dollars. I'm hearing the same tired, misguided refrain in response to budget woes. Let's chop from the top. And the new one, we're going to keep cuts away from schools. And to that I say, really? My school uses Chromebooks for online lessons. I ask, who is going to fix all those Chromebooks when they break? Who is going to keep the internet connections working at school sites? Who's going to monitor technology to ensure we're not victims of phishing scams? If you cut the administrators in charge of technology services, then my school will have a problem. My school building is over 50 years old and struggles to heat and cool properly. The water pipes are old, the fixtures are old, and the portables are in bad shape. Who is going to keep things in somewhat working order? If you cut the administrators responsible for facility services, then my school will have a problem. My school has seen an influx of English language learners and increased enrollment. But who is going to provide teacher training in ELD, math, and science? Who is going to monitor induction and training of these new teachers? Who is going to make sure they get hired in a timely manner? Who is going to make sure we work to retain the teachers we already have? If you cut administrators in curriculum and instruction, new teacher support, multilingual literacy, and human resources, then my school, yes, will have a problem. However, I believe the heart of all of this is fiscal malpractice. As an accountant before I entered education, I can tell you that there are 4 components to fiscal malpractice. The first element of fiscal malpractice is your duty of care. Board, your job is to be a good steward over the district finances and make sure we are an ongoing concern. Element 2 of fiscal malpractice is breach of duty. Board, you breached your duty when you failed to follow the advice of our CBO. Element 3 of fiscal malpractice is causation. Board, due to you not following the advice of our CBO, we are no longer an ongoing concern. And the last and element 4 of fiscal malpractice is damage. Board, your misguided actions have now caused 70 administrators who are valuable to this ecosystem to be eliminated, thereby harming the system you were sworn to protect. My ask of this board, and it's a sincere ask after a lot of years of working in Sac City, Please find your way back to your duty of care by doing what is necessary, right, and fair to make sure our school district is an ongoing concern and that all bargaining units in the ecosystem are treated as valuable members. And thank you for your time.
All right, good evening, Board President, Board members, and Superintendent Allen. My name is Chase Tafoya. I'm speaking to you as Principal of Albert Einstein Middle School and UPE rep for middle schools, but also, very importantly, as a Sac City parent, a product of this district, kindergarten through 12th grade, career-long STUSD educator, and someone who lives in STUSD boundaries. Believe me, I'm vested. The district's current fiscal challenges is serious. It's not unprecedented. Warnings were raised for years by previous superintendents, the county superintendent, state and fiscal auditors, our former CBO, who resigned rather than support decisions believed that she believed placed the district at risk. Oversight reports from the FICMAT team dating back to 2017 highlight systemic fiscal and governance concerns that remain unsolved. The current $43 million deficit and the projected shortfall exceeding $125 million in the coming years are decisions made over time. As site leaders, we understand the complexity of governing a district of this size, and we appreciate the difficult choices before you. At the same time, accountability matters, particularly for decisions that move forward without the approval and certification of our CBO. Those moments require clear reflection and responsibility so we do not repeat the same mistakes. The current situation is received amongst many of our members as like robbing Peter to play Paul. From the site perspective, that's how it feels. Departments and district admin positions are being cut to balance the deficit, on top of difficult budget restrictions, making our work more challenging. I want to express strong support for our district administrators whose positions are proposed to be cut. Nearly all began as classroom teachers. Talented, dedicated professionals who pursued advanced degrees and stepped into complex roles to advance our work. These administrators are often the ones supporting schools in communication, coordination, and crisis response management. Eliminating these positions does not eliminate their work, it redistributes it to schools already operating at capacity. I'm gonna go for a second. Okay. As you continue this work, I'm gonna go to close. I want to respectfully emphasize that your leadership, grounded in fairness, transparency, and responsible decision-making, is critical and important. The choices made here affect the livelihood of our staff, the stability of our schools, the trust of our families, and the educational experiences of our students. Our broader community depends on governance that is thoughtful, equitable, and forward-looking. We share the same goal, a sustainable Sac City Unified School District that serves students well for the years to come. I appreciate your time, your service, and your willingness to lean into this difficult work with the integrity and fairness all Sac City stakeholders deserve. Thank you.
Next group of speakers, Rocio Richards, followed by Zara Rahan and Holly Bang. I don't have a card. I don't have a card. I don't have it.
Good evening, board members. My name is Rocio Richards, and I am the labor representative for Teamsters Local 150 for the classified supervisors and plant managers. These employees are essential to keeping the district running every day. They manage facilities, supervise staff, and respond to issues that affect schools immediately. Much of their work happens behind the scenes, but the impact is felt across the district. These roles carry significant responsibility, yet compensation has not kept pace with the work being done. Fair wage increases are about recognizing experience, accountability, and the critical role these employees play so they are not left behind. The district has stated that it is facing a $43 million deficit. At the same time, the district settled with the teachers and added 8 days to their salary schedule, yet the district wants to take away 8 days of vacation from our members. That is not an increase, that is a decrease. Classified supervisors and plant managers are being asked to absorb the consequences of the district's budgeting decisions. They did not create this deficit, but they are being told to pay for it. If the district is serious about saving money, it should start by taking a hard look at what is happening right now within the operations department. There is a current investigation into the behavior of operations leadership, and that alone should raise concerns. These are avoidable expenses, and they are the result of choices being made at the leadership level, not by the employees who are now being asked to give up pay and benefits. Investing in your workforce instead of conflict builds stability, trust, and a long-term savings. Classified supervisors and plant managers deserve fairness, respect, and solutions that do not come at their expense. Thank you for your time.
Next speaker, Zara Rahan, followed by Holly Vang.
Good evening, members of the school district, principal, Mr. Coughlin, teachers, and guests. My name is Zahra Raihan, and I am honored to have the opportunity to speak here today. Girls, my country, Afghanistan, face many restrictions. They are denied the right to make choices, speak up, or define them, and the Taliban crushed their dreams by closing schools and silencing their voices. Today, I would like to express my sincere gratitude to the people of government of the United States of America. This country has provided Afghans with safe haven, new opportunities, and renewed hope. We are grateful for Americans' support, justice, and humanity. We strive to the responsible, hardworking, and useful citizen for society, because we will not forget this great favor. We thank America for standing by us in the most difficult days and giving us the opportunity to stay over. Thank you. In the end, I would like to sincerely thank my school principal, Mr. Coughlin, and my English teacher, Ms. Linda, and my history teacher, Mr. Aguilera. Thank you for always support me.
Good job, brother.
Next speakers, we have two speakers remaining, Jamie Villa for 4 minutes and Caitlin Beckett for 4 minutes.
Hello. Good evening, board members and Superintendent Allen. I come before you tonight as a former SCUSD board trustee for Area 4 from 2020 to 2024, PTO member, room parent, and current parent with a child in SCUSD. I'm speaking to you on 4 topics tonight. First, I want to address a localized crisis. It is alarming and deeply disappointing that 65 students at Phoebe Hearst have been denied an adequate education since August. Janine Rupert and Mark Hendrickson were my daughter's teachers, and the impact that they had on my family and thousands of other families and students cannot be adequately expressed into words. When I told my daughter that Rupert was no longer on campus, she burst into tears. When I told her Mark Hendrickson was no longer on campus, sobbing. You don't understand the impact these teachers have had on our students. And while I'm not privy anymore to the personal details, what is clear that the punishment has not fit the alleged offenses. The individuals truly being punished here are students. 2 classrooms without GATE-qualified teachers for nearly half a school year is unacceptable at Phoebe Hearst and any school in SCUSD. To be clear, the punishment is alarming. And educators who are protecting children were removed, leaving students without qualified instruction. Many of you campaigned on ensuring that every classroom had a qualified teacher and retaining the best educators. Where is those statements now? I'm here not only to highlight this failure, but to request corrective action. So I'm asking this board to exercise its oversight authority in 3 specific ways. 1, a status audit. By the first board meeting of 2026, please provide families with a formal report detailing why these classrooms have remained without consistent, qualified staffing, along with an update on the investigation that nobody knows about involving Mark Hendrickson. 2, an immediate intervention plan. The wait-and-see approach has failed, and I'm requesting a concrete timeline for these students and their families to have a permanent qualified teacher. Lastly, educational restitution. These children have lost months of instructional time. I'm asking for an outline to be provided on what kind of support you're going to be offering these students and families. My second topic of concern is the structure of the board agendas that you have implemented. Why are high priority items such as the district's massive budget deficit consistently placed at the end of meetings? Addressing a financial crisis at 9 or 10 p.m. at night is neither effective nor inclusive. It limits community participation and thoughtful discussion. My request is simple. Prioritize the most critical things at the beginning of the meeting so members of the community can be here and have their comments heard. Third, governance training. I reviewed the past year on the SUSD website and found only 2 special board meetings for this board. Why is that? 1 from 9 to 3 and 1 from 5 to 7 p.m.? Previous boards participated in far more governance sessions, and for good reason. These meetings are essential for you, especially in times like this. They establish guardrails, review data, develop metrics for student outcomes, and ensure fiscal oversight. You elected a new board tonight, so I'm asking you to commit to a rigorous governance training schedule for 2026 and beyond. Lastly, the district's financial crisis. I have read the audit, reviewed the district's current recovery plan, and I am shocked that we are here. While COVID funds temporarily cushioned these deficits, these funds were never permanent, and fiscal conservatism is a core responsibility of this board. A state takeover has been threatened before, but this time it's different, and we all know why. We are in a far worse position, and the district reserves are well below state requirements, and many of you voted in the last board that I served with you on about cutting these reserves. After clear warnings, we're told not to do so. Cutting these 70 admin staff that you're saying and the principals that are all here is not enough. Supplies, travel, it's not enough. You know. I'm going to finish. As a reminder, administrators, these people are important. This is not just district staff that you're looking at. You need to use the FCMAT report as a blueprint to develop a plan to address the deficit. You can no longer deny that these numbers are real. They are not made up, as you have been told by certain folks in the past. My final request is that you consistently and transparently work with SCOE and FCMAT, follow their recommendations, and make decisions that protect students from further disruption. Our children deserve a high-quality public education. And if you are not serving your students, who are you serving? Thank you.
I'm going to ask Caitlin back at, Caitlin, can you hold on for 1 second? Caitlin, can you hold on for a second? I forgot Holly Vang. I had called Holly, but I did not call her up to the podium. So can you hold for just a moment?
Hello, my name is Holly Vang. I'm a parent of a student at Caroline Winslow Elementary. I'm here because on November 19, my daughter was attacked by 3 students at school. Despite repeated attempts to work with the school and the district staff, we have not been able to ensure her safety. Following by the innocent, we met with the principal, bullying prevention specialist, and Working with the school and the district staff was quite challenging as they continued to shift the responsibility away from themselves and would revert the victim blaming. Today, my daughter returned to school for the first time in over 2 weeks. Reported that a staff-centered safety plan has been implemented. This includes informing the students involved in the incident to stay away from one another temporarily. However, today, during school, one of the aggressor approached my daughter 2 separate times and harassed her, saying, "Sue me, You have a big head. Then he later said, I'm sorry for breaking your ankle. Can I break your other ankle? My daughter did not report this to staff because she did not feel safe doing so. She told me as soon as she was able to. That alone demonstrates that the school environment is still not safe for her. The school has suggested a restorative circle, which we plan to participate in tomorrow. However, a restorative circle is not a safety measure. It does not replace supervision, staff accountability, or protection of a victim. What concerns me the most is despite having a safety plan, safety issues continue coming up. My daughter has been harmed, threatened, and still has not felt safe reporting to adults at school. We are asking the board to oversight intervention to ensure staff accountability, a trauma-informed safety plan is implemented, and a timely, transparent communication with families when students are injured. We are not here to attack school staff. We are here because we want safety and accountability, because no child should feel unsafe returning to school after being physically attacked. Thank you for your time and consideration.
Yeah, ready? Mrs. President, board members, and Superintendent Allen, the last time I spoke to this board was 9 weeks ago. I'm sure you probably remember that. At that time, we had hoped that someone would recognize the gravity of the situation and stand up to lead the district and parents to an amicable resolution. We assumed that surely serving your former board president with a recall notice as he chaired the board meeting would be an indication of not just how angry the parents were, but how badly, how absolutely terrible the district and board has mismanaged the situation. Clearly not. It has now been 18 weeks, and absolutely nothing has changed. Despite volumes of bad press, multiple protests, multiple student-led walkouts, threatened recall of the board president, canceled meetings, empty platitudes and promises, the students of Phoebe Hearst Elementary are still subjected to daily chaos. While we may have initially written off the lack of action by the board as lack of awareness of the gravity of the situation, after October 16th, you were all well aware of just how bad the situation was. And yet, here we are, 9 weeks later, and not one of you have lifted a finger to try to resolve this situation. Let me say this very clearly. Serving as an SCUSD board member is not a hobby. This is a serious responsibility, one you swore an oath to do. You have the lives of tens of thousands of students in your hands, and every single one of you has abdicated that responsibility. And now, with the district $59 million in the hole and projected to run out of money in June, I can say firmly, not one of you has exhibited 1 ounce of leadership this year. Students suffer, parents, teachers, and students are in open revolt, and you sit idly by fiddling as Rome burns. Now, I do want to congratulate you with one thing. This board and this district have succeeded in one thing during all of this. You have succeeded in uniting the parents. You have taken a large group of parents who never given this board or district a second thought and made us actively and passionately despise you and the ineptitude of the district's mismanagement. In a time in this country when people don't trust government and don't believe the government works for the people, you succeeded in proving them right. You clearly don't work for us. It is abundantly clear that you work for the district, not the other way around. Instead of leading the district and representing the parents and the students, you have been led by and an apologist for the district. This is an old adage. When you find yourself at the bottom of a hole, stop digging. This board and this district have been digging nonstop since August. It is time to stop digging and start trying to figure out how to get out of this hole. We don't want to keep fighting. We want to help you find a way out of the hole, but we also won't stop advocating for our children. And until someone steps up as a leader to solve this problem, we will continue to be here. And we see you, and you're in action. And while we can't recall everyone, you will all be on the ballot at some point. And we will make it clear to your voters exactly what you did or didn't do. While Mr. Singh may choose to shrug his shoulders and say there's nothing I can do, that doesn't mean one of you can't step up. Mr. Singh is weakened and on his way out. Signature gathering is going well, and the parents in his district are highly motivated. If you are deferring to him, now is the time to stop. Tonight, I am issuing a moral call to action for one, just one of you, to stand up, say enough is enough, and put the students first for a change. The district made a mistake, and now it is up to you to fix it. Tonight, I am asking one of you to tell Superintendent Allen to end the sham investigation of the sham complaint, to reinstate Mr. Henriksen to his classroom before the end of winter break. One or more of you have the chance tonight in the next 2 weeks to be leaders, to be heroes. I am asking you tonight to look into your hearts and ask yourself, how would I feel if my child were in this situation? Would you sit back and say, oh, well, the district is just doing their job? If you wouldn't let this happen to your child, don't let it happen to ours. Thank you.
We have no more public comment.
Thank you very much. All right, moving on to 9.0, sorry, consent agenda, 8.0. Just to confirm, we have removed 8.1R. So I will entertain a motion to approve the rest of consent agenda. That's okay. I'm just waiting to entertain a motion for the consent agenda without 8.1R.
Moved.
Do I have a second? Roll call vote.
Member Jean.
Aye.
Member Kayada.
Aye.
Member Benjamin.
Aye.
Member Singh.
Aye.
Member Ibarra.
Thank you. Moving on to 9.0, communications. 9.1, employee organization reports, SCTA.
Good evening, members of the board, Board President Jean, Superintendent Allen, and Nikki Davis-Malevsky, President of the Sacramento City Teachers Association. With this being our last school board meeting of the year, I guess it's appropriate that we will have a packed agenda tonight. First, knowing that, we just had our board reorganization, and as our tradition is, our school board president serves for a year and then steps down to let another leader lead the board. As that happens tonight, we'd want to express our appreciation for Board President Singh, the executive committee, and the rest of the board for their leadership of the district in this chaotic times. At your last board meeting on November 20th, you unanimously adopted a fiscal recovery plan that, if implemented, would produce the long overdue realignment of district priorities. The key words in that sentence are "if implemented." Unfortunately, tonight's agenda, rather than moving forward with fully implementing the board-approved fiscal recovery plan, the district staff leadership is dragging its feet. Notably, the plan states unambiguously, to ensure full and transparent accountability, the Board of Trustees requires monthly updates on implementation progress and a standing agenda item. This review must include rigorous tracking of actual savings and that are realized against the projections outlined in the plan, end quote. Where is that document tonight? Where is that agenda item? There's only one meeting in December, and this is it. With the budget and the fiscal recovery plan being the biggest issue facing this district, the staff leadership apparently believes that they can ignore that clear direction of the board. Has the core contract been canceled yet? Has the district staff met with CTA to talk about OPEB disbursement as they are required to do? Have CERNA administrators been transferred to cover certificated classroom and site-based vacancies?
Sadly, in the absence of report on how the fiscal recovery plan is being implemented, the district administrative staff comes forward with dozens and dozens of exemptions to following the fiscal recovery plan. And in at least one instance, appears to try to hide what they are doing in the consent agenda of 8.1R, and thank you for pulling that item. It's called additional human resource additions. That contains dozens of new positions, as well as an item 13.2, which seeks numerous exceptions, including hiring 9 administrative positions, including at least 6 which are entirely new. Additionally, the first interim budget includes a number of items that demand further explanation. $596,000 for increases in travel and conferences. $15.1 million for operation and housekeeping to correct budget gaps. You deserve to know whatever that means. And most notably, another $30 million increase to special education. The executive summary contains an interesting section, raising an issue that we believe FICMAT should have placed a greater emphasis upon. In 2021-22, the district contributed $65.3 million of its unrestricted general fund to pay for programs in special education. From 22-23 to 23-24, that contribution jumped by 50%, up to $104 million, due to disastrous policy changes initiated by Superintendent Aguilar and Chief Academic Officer Christine Beta and the past school board. While the district is in a much better place now since their departure, the policy changes continue to have a grave impact on the district, and according to the first interim budget, the contribution from the unrestricted general fund is now $154 million. That's $89 million increase in 4 years. And as much as we appreciate Becky Bryant and Iris Taylor stepping into the special education leadership vacuum, the crisis in special education still does not appear to be a priority for this administration. It's no coincidence that $62 million of the $63 million unauthorized contracts last year happened to come from special education. Is there ever going to be any accountability? In short, as the board, you took a significant first step to approving the fiscal recovery plan, but that is only a first step. Next and most crucial step is the implementation and the accountability. So I want to thank you for your time tonight. Welcome the new executive board. And now I want to give you a moment to hear from teachers from St. Hope and directly what their experiences are. Thank you.
Good evening. My name is Taya Kirschenman, and I am a 9th grade English teacher at Sac High. I stand before you tonight to tell you about the working conditions of St. Hope's teachers. We are not being protected by administration, and the health and safety of our teachers is under constant threat. When students make racist, homophobic, or sexist remarks towards us, they are not given consequences. When we are intimidated or threatened, there are no consequences. Instead, teachers are blamed for student behavior or told to quit if we can't handle the risks we face on a weekly basis. On top of that, if we complain about our working conditions too much, other staff will begin to bully us. Teachers are still at-will employees, which makes it difficult for us to speak up. Many of us are afraid to speak about issues we face because we could risk losing our job. I myself have been threatened and retaliated against for speaking up and trying to take action. Those of us who are punished are used as an example to others as a warning, a threat to stay quiet and accept the fact that our school does not care about or respect teachers. I refuse to stay quiet, and I care enough about our school and our kids to fight for a better environment. I ask that you use the MOU that you are voting on tonight as a tool to improve St. Hope and hold them more accountable. Without accountability, high-quality teachers will continue to be traumatized by this school and leave. Thank you.
Hello, everyone. Let's see. My name is Joaquin Lopez, and I'm a chemistry teacher at Sacramento High School. I remember the first day I wore my SCTA t-shirt at school, I had a senior student of mine come up to me and warn me. She said that in the past, she's had multiple of her teachers fired for union activity. I was quite shocked because for a school district that is struggling with a lack of credentialed teachers, this just seems like a pretty absurd move for them to do. Over the course of my time at Sac High, I've heard multiple stories of teachers bringing up very valid and legitimate concerns and either being threatened with termination or being terminated. I also am currently hearing about coworkers, as Taya just mentioned, coworkers being told that this may not be the school for them as they're actively struggling with their current working conditions. Students at St. Hope have suffered from consistently high teacher turnover. These students deserve and require so much better. Teachers like me also suffer from the high turnover rate. I am on an intern credential and this is my very first year teaching, yet I am the head of my program as I am the science teacher who has been there the longest, which is half a school year. I ask that St. Hope ends its at-will employment policy as this policy stays in place. As long as this policy stays in place, teachers like me will live in fear of termination. I would love to speak more on the issue, but to be honest, if I were to speak my full truth, I fear I may be terminated. Thank you very much.
Good evening. My name is Julianne McElderry, but most know me as Miss J. I also teach at Sacramento High School. I'm the 9th grade geography teacher. I love what I do. I love my students and I love my coworkers, which is why I'm here to speak about my experiences. We all know that teaching is difficult. However, being a part of St. Hope has only made my job harder. I receive no curriculum, textbooks, or technology. My curriculum is my brain and the internet. Most days I have to take work home due to my lack of materials, causing my mental and physical health to severely decline. Students are not able to access Chromebooks at home, which as a result, they have no access to their schoolwork at home because most of them don't have their own home computers. Most feedback, suggestions, and concerns that teachers attempt to communicate falls on deaf ears, harming not only us, but more importantly, our students. Additionally, I have received anti-union comments from coworkers, and I have been targeted for participating in union activities. In October, I totaled my car on the way to work, only for my administration to pull me for a dress code disciplinary meeting for the next day, where they reprimanded me for wearing a union shirt, even though it was fully covered while I was teaching, and their information in the meeting was inaccurate. This not only showed me that St. Hope does not care about us as teachers, but they don't care about us as humans. I hope you take this into consideration and hold them accountable through this MOU that you're voting on tonight. Thank you for your time.
Good afternoon. My name is Eric Harp. I am a 9th grade math teacher at St. Hope, and I'm speaking on behalf of a coworker and friend who could not be here himself. I would like the school board to know that it has been a huge struggle just to get things done on time. And I work extra hard on St. Hope's system only to get told that it's always my fault for getting death threats, hit in school, and told I was going to get hit. I do not feel safe or valued in my position. As a veteran teacher, I came to Sac High in good faith with my skills and knowledge, only to be told that I am not good enough and grossly underpaid for the long extra work we do at St. Hope. Please help the staff and scholars at St. Hope come to the table to get us a truly good contract and to keep us safe and protected in our livelihoods to continue to serve the students of Oak Park and Sacramento. Thank you.
SEIU, TCS, Teamsters, and UPE-AFSA. All right, moving on to district advisory committees, the Student Advisory Council.
Hello, my name is Vivian Toddy, and I'm from Rosemont High School, and I'm with Kim Fan from Luther Burbank. Today, we would like to update you on recent actions taken by the SAC over the past few weeks. First, we would like to say that our survey sent out to all high schools in our district received over 800 responses. At each school represented by our council, at least 3% of the population responded to our survey. After winter break, our survey will be closing and we will be discussing further actions to take based on the data.
We have also had a few guests join our recent meetings. We would like to give thanks to Danny Rolori, Assistant Superintendent of Curriculum and Instruction, for providing an overview of the California dashboard to our committee. Terrence Gladney, Black/African Advisory Board Chair, shared his wisdom, giving us great advice and insights on the LCAP process. Loanzan Miranda Braham, a student at the Met High School and young advocate, expressed her disappointment with the ongoing mockery of Native American culture in our district with the Hiram Johnson mascot. We think it is our responsibility to relay our shared disdain with the lack of continuous action related to the issue, and we encourage all of you to sign the online petition calling for Johnson to change their mascot, which can be found on SAC's Instagram. In our space, we've also had Saralyn Bienvu, a district community school specialist, providing us an overview of community schools and inviting SATs to support February's parent leadership of community schools and a parent leadership conference. Finally, we would like to thank board members Ibada and Jean for coming to our November 19th meeting to keep us informed on the current SUSD budget crisis.
We'd like to thank all our guests who've kindly given their time to help us. We believe that with more engagement from all corners of the district, we are able to uplift student advocates in our community. Because of this, we also had numerous SAC members attend the LCAP PAC meeting last Monday. As we end off this year, we are excited to continue our advocacy work. In January, we hope to analyze survey results and begin narrowing down fields of work for the rest of the school year. Thank you, and we look forward to seeing you all in 2026.
Community Advisory Committee. We do it in board member comments.
Okay, that's what I was gonna ask you.
District English Learner Advisory, or Community Advisory? Yeah, come on up.
Are you gonna do the message also?
No, I was sent something to say because, yeah, I realized no one else was here.
Okay. I think that's the one.
Good evening, board members. My name is Jennifer Womack, and I'm an executive member of the CAC. I'd like to share a brief update on the work of the Community Advisory Committee for Special Education. First, I want to extend a heartfelt thank you to our families, staff, partners, and volunteers who helped make the special education holiday mixer such a success. This event was created to celebrate our students, honor educators, and bring families together in a space centered on joy, belonging, and community. The turnout, the student performances, and the positive feedback all reinforced why these moments of connection matter, especially for our special education families. Looking ahead, our next CAC general meeting will take place on January 20th at Leonardo da Vinci, with dinner, childcare, and a virtual listening option available. The focus of this meeting will be on social-emotional learning in special education, including how SCUSD approaches social-emotional learning supports for students with disabilities, as well as a SELPA office hour for family questions. This meeting reflects an intentional shift we are making as a committee. We are taking CAC meetings on the road, hosting them at school sites with a high number of students receiving special education services. We made this decision to reduce barriers for families, meet communities where they are, strengthen school-family connections, and increase access to information and resources. Being physically present in our school communities helps us listen more closely, build trust, and ensure family voices are centered in our work. As we continue to listen and learn, I want to raise an issue that's come up repeatedly in conversations with families. The frequent and often disruptive changes in school placements for our students receiving special education services. My own son, who's only in the first grade, has already attended 6 different campuses, including ASY services, which are assigned without family choice, unlike other programs such as Summer Matters. Initially, I believe this was due to changes in his least restrictive environment, but since I've learned that other students who have had no LRA changes are experiencing the same instability, one mother recently shared that her son, who attended preschool with mine for 2 years, has remained in the same LRE, is now at his 6th campus. This level of disruption would be considered unacceptable for general education students. If a first grader in Gen Ed had already attended 6 different campuses, it might raise concerns about family stability or safety. Yet for our highest needs students, those who thrive on consistency, routine, and familiar relationships, this kind of upheaval is often treated as standard practice. We must ask ourselves, why is this acceptable for our students with disabilities? As a committee, we're committed to bringing these concerns forward and advocating for more stable, student-centered placement practices. Our children deserve the same continuity, care, and considerations as any other student. We look forward to continuing this work together and hope you'll join us on January 20th as we move forward together.
Thank you. And our District English Learner Advisory Committee? Local Control. Local Control Accountability Plan, Parent Advisory Committee. Black African American Advisory Board, or Local Control, sorry, I'm going, Local Control? No, okay. Black African American Advisory Board, come on up. Good evening.
Good evening. Congratulations. Been to, I don't know, at least dozens, if not hundreds of board meetings. I'm just praying that whatever this is happening, we can work collectively. I hear a lot of blame and targets being placed on people's back, but if we don't lead in terms of accountability as adults in every aspect, it doesn't matter if it's a classroom teacher, staff, board, if we're not standing shoulder to shoulder working together, then we're just going to end up in the same cycle. I've lived it, but I don't know if I've ever felt it to this level of extreme. And it's sad. It's disappointing. I work with a lot of, obviously like Black and brown youth, and we're supposed to model for them how to come out of the trenches and despite circumstances, overcome, because that's the history of our people. But we as adults are not doing a great job, and I'll include myself in that because I always sort of like, I tell my young people that we have to lead and model what it is that we're preaching. So, I ask each of us to look in the mirror, think about what we can each individually and collectively do better. And if we start with that, then, I think that hopefully collectively we can come together as a whole. I heard some talk about implementation. Obviously for BAAB, we have a lot of things that are outstanding in terms of lack of implementation. We could talk about who did and did not contribute to the progress or lack of progress of that. But I think that if we honor the hours, the countless hours and days and nights over the course of years that were contributed by volunteers to come up with a framework to push the outcome of Black students in this district forward, if we honor that, then I think that a lot of things that we're looking for answers to will be found. Right now we're talking about Native American curriculum, and we're leading with African American studies implementation. So we celebrate that, but we know that if we do that wholeheartedly and with the highest amount of fidelity, then we can open up the pathways for Native American and other curriculum. But we can't have all these things outstanding for years and just pretend that they don't exist and somehow allow other things to leapfrog them. Today in Black history, ironically enough or not, December 18th, 1865 was the adoption of the 13th Amendment, which, on paper abolished slavery, right? If we push back to 2019 when we had the BAAB recommendations adopted by this very body, it said that there was hope and there were dreams that are going to be fulfilled. But there's years, but how dare I put the 6 years that we've endured waiting in front of the 200 plus years that the abolition of slavery was supposed to happen, right? We still have a school to prison pipeline, We still have scholars that are not having their needs fulfilled as a priority, although they represent a higher, not only proportional, but aggregate amount of dollars to this district, but yet they don't ever see the return on investment that the state has mandated that we spend. We allow administrators to come forward and push budget-related documents and items forward without ever having conversations about dollars, right? And I apologize, I thank the Student Advisory Committee for welcoming me into their space. And I apologize because what I felt in that space was a sadness, because what they were articulating was the same thing I felt as an adult. I apologize as an adult who contributed tens of hours in that space. I couldn't do better so that their outcome and their experience in that space was not better. I can't ask or implore any of you guys to have that same amount of unapologetic accountability. I pray that we do. Everybody in this room, there's been times when we've been up here as BAAA being asked everybody to stand in solidarity, but those actions are just performative. We don't go into our everyday experience and honor the children. I've heard adults come up here and talk about how they are disenfranchised, whether it's at St. Hope or other spaces, but yet when we have droves and droves of young people coming up and saying this is their experience, somehow we can blink an eye or close an eye or go to the bistro and take a time out to hear their true lived experience. None of us in the system exist without those young people, so if we don't prioritize their needs first, then we keep coming back to the same place. I told my 7th and 9th graders at Umoja today, I challenged them to meet the bar that I know they're capable of, and I told them tonight I was going to have the same level of accountability or ask of you guys, because how dare I ask our young people to do something we as adults can't model. I pray that we each go home when we leave here tonight, or, Lord forbid in the morning, if we go past midnight, but, to just take whether it's a glance in the mirror and just think and pray and just manifest what we can each do to contribute to better outcomes, because I fear, my biggest fear is that we end up in this space for whatever reason next year and the year after. Like our 4th graders, our 7th grade, they only get 1 year in this experience while we as adults try to figure it out. Let's do better by them. Thank you.
Thank you. Community Schools Advisory Committee and the American Indian Education Program Parent Committee. Okay, moving on to 9.3. Oh, I think we can skip that. 9.4, the superintendent report. No report tonight. 9.5, the president's report. Member Singh, did you have anything you wanted to say?
I'm good for tonight. Thank you.
Okay.
Thank you.
And 9.6, information sharing by board members. Member Kayada.
All right, I will try to keep it really short because we got a long agenda. But first, I just wanted to say it's been a couple of weeks since we've been here. I hope everyone has been having a good holiday season so far and is continuing to as we go over to the winter break and head into 2026. Wow. I want to start just by sharing a brief story that my family experienced over the most recent break. We were at the Valley Fair Mall in San Jose on Black Friday and experienced a shooting in that mall. My kids were with me and it was very traumatizing. We had to, basically run for our lives out of the mall into the parking lot and into a busy street to get away from what we didn't know was happening. Unfortunately, that wasn't the first instance of fear that my son has experienced. Just a few weeks prior, he had been on lockdown at Pony Express Elementary due to a potentially dangerous situation with someone on the roof of a neighboring house. So really, essentially 2 lockdowns in about a month. I'm only explaining this just to say, first of all, love and cherish your kids and take every moment as you can, but also just to call out the world that our kids are living in these days. This is not the world I grew up in. Even with Columbine when I was in junior high, that was the first real thing, but it wasn't. It feels like it's like 3 times a week we have something like this now. So just wanted to say, we take this seriously as a board, but also just as a parent, I feel the impacts, and we recognize that our students are probably going through a lot more than just what's the books in front of them at school. So pivoting to some good stuff, though, I wanted to shout out just a couple of events I've been able to attend of many stuff that seems to be going on around this season. First, I just wanted to mention back on the 9th at New Technology Early College High School, I was able to stop by pretty briefly at their hour of code and pop into a few classrooms, look at the materials. Really great stuff going on at that school. I know the district has shared that on their social media, so please check it out. On the 13th, went to a tree planting at New Joseph Bonheim Elementary. First of all, it was amazing. The number of trees we were planting wasn't just for beautification, but we're also creating a outside classroom there with the trees. That is going to be truly beautiful, both investing in that community and expanding the way that we educate our kids at that beautiful campus. And finally, as Jennifer mentioned during the CAC report, the CAC mixer this past Tuesday was really, really great. It was great that we took it on the road over to Wilsey Wood. Member Ibarra was there, Member Roach was there. We all got to take pictures with Santa, see the kids out there, got some delicious food. So I really just want to commend the work of CAC. Glad to hear that they're taking their show on the road for the regular meetings as well. As a longtime CAC member myself, it's really great to see that we are trying to continue to do better to reach out to our students with disabilities and their families, and also to create venues that allow these families to advocate for their kids. And that's it from me.
Thank you. Anybody else? Okay. I'm really glad we got to start our meeting tonight by celebrating students and these really brave individuals who said, I'm going to claim my education even when it may not be what's expected as an adult, because I see the ways in which it can empower me forward. And I'm glad we got to stand in solidarity. If I didn't misread it, everybody in the room stood and applauded. And knowing what's on our agenda and knowing the tough conversations to come and knowing what I was assuming I was about to hear and did just hear, to have a moment where all the adults in the room stood to applaud students and their learning was a beautiful way to start this meeting and this next year of the board makeup. I'm truly honored to be able to sit here. But when you think about the word honor, we reuse that so easily. And it causes me to think about the transitional nature of this seat as president and all of the seats that we sit in as board members. I think it was Member Rhodes who said on my first board meeting that these seats belong to the people and we just get to sit in them for the length of time that they've elected us to sit here. And as a result, it's easy to hear about long-standing problems, long-standing systems, long-standing challenges. And it's really easy to shift responsibility and want to point fingers. But I want to start by saying I really have zero interest in why we got here. I have zero interest in looking backwards. Today is December 18th. It's not 19th yet. And it's what's in front of us today and how do we make the decisions we need to make to move forward in a better way. We have a really sobering reality ahead of us. It's interesting to be elected into this seat at that time. I'm honored what you shared, Member Ibarra. Very, very, very honored. And I'm excited to use any ounce of skill and talent and heart and passion I have to do the work we have to do together. So thank you all for your vote of confidence in me, and let's roll up our sleeves and get to work, because we have hard conversations and tough decisions and a lot of community work ahead of us if we're going to make this the school district our students deserve and we dream of for them. And with that, I'll move on to 11.0. I believe that moves to 11.1 and our FCMAT Fiscal Health Risk Analysis Report, speaking of sobering realities.
We could projection, warming up, okay. Good evening, Board President Jean, and congratulations on your appointment. Members of the board, Superintendent, my name is Mike Fine. I'm the Chief Executive Officer of the state's Fiscal Crisis and Management Assistance Team. In this education world, we have acronyms for everything, including our own name, we're better known as FICMAT. Thank you very much. Apologize for my voice, and I don't usually stand up here and talk with something in my mouth, but it's a cough drop in an attempt not to cough. So we'll see how that goes. Good evening. Happy holidays. Despite my hair color and belly shape, I'm not here to bring good tidings, unfortunately. This is a district in crisis. It's been a district in crisis for too long, and your kids are suffering as a result. Your crisis again manifests itself in fiscal matters, but it's a crisis of leadership and it's a crisis of integrity. And thus I start the presentation tonight with the subject of integrity. And your fiduciary duty. One of the great quotes from General and President Eisenhower is this quote: "Before you, the supreme quality of leadership is unquestionable integrity. Without it, no real success is possible." In our most recent analysis, which is fairly reflective of our analysis back in 2018, there are things going on here that shouldn't go on in a public school district. They shouldn't go on in an education environment, period, that is focused on helping students achieve academically and personally with equity and with care. And so that's why I start with this. And I'm going to remind you of something I think you all know and know very well, and that's your fiduciary duty. Because at this point, I don't see that you've exercised that. And I'm just being really candid with you. I've been here before. I've been at this podium before. I should not be back here. Simple as that. The basis of fiduciary duty is based on faith. It's based on acting faithfully. It's about holding something in trust. And your duty, what you're entrusted with, as Board President you just alluded to, is that the voters trusted you to run this district and to govern this district and to hire the right people and good people and let them do their jobs. When you hold a fiduciary duty to another, you must act in a way that benefits the other. And in this case, it's the school district and primarily our students. There are 6 components to fiduciary duty. You can read on your own. The duty of care, which is the one that we practice or like to see most often, that is, you came tonight prepared. You read through the agenda, you're prepared with questions, and so on, and you're actively engaged. You ask the who, the what, the when, and the where. This is one that I'm concerned that you've not been doing. You don't get to this step in your financial situation in this district without having asked the who, the what, the when, and the where. It's really that simple. And conversely, your staff have a fiduciary duty to the district and the kids and the community and to each of you to answer those questions truthfully, honestly, timely, and with evidence. It's duty of loyalty. Act solely in the interest of this district without your personal conflicts. Duty of disclosure. It's act with candor, be open, be honest, be transparent. The duty of good faith. Advance the interests of the district, and fulfill your duties. Duty of prudence, be trustworthy, exercise good judgment, use wisdom, and the degree and care of skill that a prudent trustee or executive or fiduciary would exercise. I'll give you one example. I have no issue with your collective bargaining agreement. Teachers are underpaid as a society. School principals, I don't know who wants to be a principal anymore. We're scaring them all away. They're underpaid. So I have no issue with that. The issue I have is that you all approved that agreement without any ability to pay for it. No ability to pay for it. You didn't, on the night you approved the agreement, you did not adopt the reductions that needed to happen That's the process of disclosure to the public, to the county superintendent, and frankly to each of you. The schedules in that disclosure form that you looked at and approved, you're supposed to fill those out, and they include the cuts that may be needed. In this case, cuts were needed. You can't separate and divorce those two actions. That's what gets you into the kind of trouble you're in. Although your single trouble is not an unaffordable collective bargaining group, unaffordable at that point in time. You can make it affordable, and you have that duty now to do that. But you also have these duties being violated very candidly by your staff, who overspend the authority you have given them. When you adopted a budget for special education, that was the limit. That was the legal limit of expenditures. And your staff under your superintendent violated that by tens of millions of dollars. Yes, we need to serve kids. Yes, if we make a commitment in an IEP, we need to follow through. There's no question about that. But the leadership in special ed and the leadership in the superintendent's office are your eyes and ears to ensure that that's done. Duty of confidentiality, obviously, is to keep confidential matters confidential. When you act without integrity, when you don't hold your staff responsible, then you set the tone for the rest of the district, for every employee here, for every student here, for every community member here, to follow your bad leadership. That's what tone at the top is about. We use it in fraud investigations. We use it in a variety of ways. It's an accounting term, but it is absolutely applicable here. Integrity and ethics shape the entire district. Indicators of risk or potential insolvency, these are taken right from the longstanding FCMAT 20 indicators that are also referred to in education code. These are the areas that lead to fiscal insolvency. I heard comments, and I'll repeat this at the end, but I heard comments earlier tonight that maybe state receivership is better. State receivership is never better, never better. Somebody like me will come in and replace all of you and make the decisions that you were entrusted to make to start with. Okay? That's not the right way to do it. We absolutely believe in local control. We need you to be the governance team that gets this district out of this problem before you need state assistance. Our job, and again, I'll repeat this at the end, our job is to keep that from happening, not to facilitate it happening. Your job, your fiduciary duty, is to keep that from happening and not facilitate a path forward to it. These items should be familiar to you if you've read our report. Our report follows this list of indicators. These 20 areas are the 20 sections of the report. And I have to say, and Jennifer will highlight this in just a second, I have to say when we were last here and did this same report in 2018, basically you are worse off today than you were then. And I happen to know you've done a lot of really good work between 2018 and now. More recently, good work with your most recent CBO and others than in the early part of that period of time. But you're actually worse off. Your score is higher today. Your risk score is higher today than it was in 2018. Okay. With that, I'm going to turn this over to my colleague, Jennifer. She's going to, and I will come back at the end to close out. Jennifer led our team here in Sac City over the last couple months. Also on Jennifer's team and in the audience is Elizabeth Deerstein, who was a member of that team. It comes to us from the California Department of Education in the last several months. Jennifer.
Thank you, Mike. Board Superintendent, good evening. we're going to advance to the next slide where I'm going to first talk about, as Mike said, that we were here before in 2018. We have a typo on the slide. He said we're worse off today than we were then. The high-risk rating was actually 44.8%. I apologize for the typo on the slide. So while that is lower than is on the slide, it's still considered high risk. Anything over 40% or more is considered a high risk score on our fiscal health risk analysis. So when we were here in 2018, it's because of a disapproved budget for the 18-19 year. And you see the words triggered up there. And so let me explain what triggered is first, if you're not familiar with that. The first level of fiscal oversight is you, the Board of Trustees for your school district. The second layer is your county superintendent of schools, who you work closely with at all reporting periods and throughout the year. When fiscal distress is occurring based on certain conditions, that's when FCMAT will intervene, and that's actually a mechanism in law. And so a triggering event could be a disapproved budget. It could be a negative interim report period certification. It could be 3 qualified interim report certifications. It could be a downgrade of an interim report certification by the county superintendent of schools, or it could be the designation of lack of going concern. So in this case, it was the disapproved budget in 2016. So back then, the themes were budget development deficiencies that were noted. We had ongoing deficit spending, erosion of the unrestricted general fund, inadequate reserves, and leadership and instability. Those are similar to what we found in this most recent engagement. We were also here 5 years ago in September of 2020 to work with the district and assist on developing an independent multi-year projection and cash flow analysis for that year and the 2 subsequent. We were doing that work to determine if an emergency appropriation may be needed by the district. And our findings, and I can read it for you, but we determined that the emergency appropriation would likely be necessary in 2021 if internal and external borrowing options were not available. But if borrowing options were available, we said without substantive corrective action, and an emergency appropriation would likely be needed the following year. Well, then COVID happened, right? Several months later, COVID happened, and it changed the picture for your district in a lot by temporarily infusing money into the district and thereby masking that structural deficit that was in place at the time. But the deficit remained, and your district, like many others, I'm a former CBO of a school district, and I served during COVID. I understand the impacts to students during that time and the additional supports that were required. So the focus was on making sure our kids were okay, and maybe not developing and maintaining those plans to correct that structural deficit. And if too much time went by, you kind of missed the boat. And time's of the essence on any of these corrective actions, as you know. Early intervention and early corrective action is what is needed. So when we were here last month, as I mentioned, we were triggered to engage by the lack of going concern designation by the county superintendent of schools. And that occurred in October. And so we looked at your most recent reporting period, which was your adopted budget, as the financial reporting period for our analysis. We recognize that things have changed dramatically since your adopted budget. And when we visited the district in November, we were here over 3 days. I just want to say your staff is amazing. Superintendent Allen, your staff, everyone was welcoming, cooperative. We interviewed a couple of you. We interviewed over 40 folks and poured through numerous documents to help us in our analysis. And we wanted to thank you for that time and effort. You were very thorough in what you provided us, and we appreciate that. But while the numbers may have changed since adopted budget, and even in a latter slide, I'll show you, I have numbers that are no longer relevant. I want to say that our report is very relevant because our report focuses on systems and processes that may need improvement. Those that we identify are the situation that probably still remains that can help you make improvements in to hopefully stabilize your financial position. But right now, like I said, the numbers have changed, but the fiscal instability is remaining. We, by the nature of our report, if you've read through it, you notice that it's a series of yes and no questions. We generally, if you're doing something and you get a yes, we don't comment on it. But all of our no's have a short narrative on what we found, and you can see that within the report. So we identified the district again as high risk. As Mike said, it's worse off than we were in 2018, and you came in at a high risk score of 50.7. And there were some areas of concern that were similar, as I mentioned before. Budget development monitoring is one. The budget should be developed using historical trend of actual expenditures, reasonable assumptions, and reliable information at hand. We noted that, as it's been mentioned tonight, special education spending has grown rapidly, requiring major increases in general fund support. When you under budget in special education, you create shortfalls that the district will need to address at some point. We know that there is a need identified at adopted budget of about $224 million, but the adopted budget only was $181 million. So it was a budget shortfall. And that mismatch means that the district's not planning for the true cost growth of that program, and that creates a structural budget gap. So, and it was also mentioned about the contribution was under budgeted and actually held flat. So despite a contribution of $139 million that was needed in 24-25, at budget adoption, it was only 124, so less than previous. And we know that that trend has continued to rise. So that's something we noted as well. Budget monitoring is something that needs to be done very frequently. As you know, throughout budget reporting periods, things change, as evidenced by your $43 million swing from your estimated actuals to unaudited actuals. So budget revisions need to be made timely and very often, especially as things change, including when you have a bargaining unit agreement that you approve. Education code requires that you make budget revisions within 45 days of that agreement, and we noticed that that had not been done. That agreement was approved by you in early September. Those revisions should have happened by mid to late October, and they're being incorporated only tonight, as we understand. That is something impactful as that. You need to know the impacts of that in your budget as soon as possible. And so that timeliness is very important. Your deficit spending is still an issue. I don't need to go through that, but we know that since our study period, the outlook has worsened. Other key areas of concern were leadership and stability. We've mentioned that this board needs to ensure that they have the proper training and governance and finance to be able to execute their fiduciary duties. And so a more cohesive and comprehensive training plan would be helpful for you to be able to carry out your duties as board members. Also, the recent vacancy of the CBO position is concerning as well. Glad to hear tonight that you've appointed an interim to help you in the meantime until you have a permanent person in the position. And multi-year projections. So you need to make decisions using your multi-year projection. And so if you don't have an accurate multi-year projection, if they contain vague and unimplemented expenditure reductions, or if your budget amount in the base year is not adequate, that sets you up for the other 2 years also being inaccurate. So your first fiscal year that you're in is the most important. You need to make sure that is detailed and adequate to be able to make your projections off of your base year. We also noted, and Mike mentioned with internal control and unauthorized contracts, you absolutely need to have budgetary controls in place. And not allow contracts to be approved without going through the proper authorization process. And position control also is an area for you to look at, because it's another area where you can maintain budgetary control. We notice that the board doesn't always authorize new positions or have a funding source for those positions. So that's an area that you need to look at as well. So the current conditions, at the time of the drafting of a slide, the district was projecting a negative $19.1 million unrestricted ending fund balance in the current year. And we noticed tonight in your first interim report that it's now negative $34.2 million for this current fiscal year. You recently adopted and submitted your fiscal solvency plan to the county superintendent of schools, and that's great. Also understand from your first interim that that's not enough, so there's more work to be done on that, it seems. Also, at the time of the slide, the county had not yet appointed the fiscal advisor to your district, but we know that that has since occurred. And so it'll be really important that the district works collaboratively with the fiscal advisor to develop a multi-year financial recovery plan. And then, as mentioned, you have this plan, but it's so important that you implement it. I know it's difficult, sometimes things change, but you absolutely must follow through with your fiscal solvency plan and your budget development thresholds for 26-27. Collaborative work is needed with your fiscal advisor, and you need to be transparent and cooperative during that work. The district must continue its efforts to conserve cash. We know that in June you're projecting your cash to go negative. In order to have a good picture of your finances, you need to ensure that all contracts are encumbered and within appropriation limits, meaning you can't exceed your board authorized budget in those areas, and that all of your accounts receivable and payables are recorded as well to give yourself an accurate financial picture. And we hope that you would use this FHRA to prioritize and address systems and processes that need improvement. Again, like I mentioned, the numbers have changed, but the things that are in place, or the lack of things in place, and the key areas that we mentioned in the report need improvement. And if you look at page 11 on your report, those are the areas you can see by the percentage amounts that you might want to take a look at first in terms of those systems and processes that need improvement. I'm going to turn it back over to Mike.
Thank you, Jen. I will wrap up very quickly. I do want to emphasize Jen's last comment, and that is page 11 of the report has this broken down by the 20 sections with the score. If you just run your finger down those percentages, identify, I'm just going to pick the top 5. There's 20 there that can be intimidating. Pick the top 5 highest scores. Those are the areas you should focus on first. Remarkably, they are, for the most part, the same top 5 as 2018, which is why I say, while there's been a lot of work since 2018 in this district, there is a lot of work yet to do. I also want to emphasize the hiring of the interim CBO. I know Lisa Grant Dawson very well. We have worked together in Oakland Unified for a number of years. So I have every reason to applaud that appointment. As you know, even from this week's media comments by Lisa about her district leadership and about her current district's board, she will be honest. I encourage you to listen to Lisa. She's very experienced. She's been in some very difficult places, difficult circumstances. This will not scare her, your current circumstances, but please listen to her. So I also want to emphasize roles here, because I think it can get lost. Talking to you as the governing board, as the governing team, to that the superintendent has a cabinet. You have directors and others that are going to be tasked with implementing this plan. You as a board are tasked with the what. You've identified that in part by adopting a fiscal stabilization plan. It's value-based. It's what your community is seeking that you base your decisions on, about your beliefs, about the vision for the district, about priorities, and about policies. The policies in the district are the board's policies. How to do that is the superintendent's job. It's based on skill. It's based on the superintendent and her team's experience and skill. What strategies they'll use, the tactics and the techniques. Where these come together is actually in your LCAP, in your local control and accountability plan. What goals are in the LCAP? If you have in your fiscal stabilization plan modified something, cut something that's going to impact your ability to reach the goals in your LCAP, you need to pause and redo your LCAP, because now you've got two different sets of plans. And I would understand while implementing would be very difficult. The success indicators you've identified in your LCAP, the resource allocations that you've identified in your LCAP, if you have changed those through the fiscal stabilization plan, you need to go back to the LCAP process. It's a lot of work. It's a lot of work. And you need to act quickly. Time is of the essence. I cannot overemphasize that. Every day that goes by in your current situation will make the next day worse. There are difficult decisions to be made here. You've made some by adopting a plan. You now must make the difficult decisions of implementing. It's not something this district has done well, making difficult decisions and implementing them. There's two parts to it. So I encourage you to focus on that. Encourage you to hold your staff accountable to see that through. Every board agenda from here on out should have a status report on that fiscal stabilization plan. I shouldn't have to tell you that as a governing board, but you adopted it at last meeting, and tonight is another meeting, and you don't have a status. Every day counts here. Okay, have to emphasize that with you. I also want to emphasize your partners in this. I said earlier, referred to a comment that was made earlier tonight about state receivership. Our job, our collective job, is to keep that from happening. You first, the county superintendent and his organization supporting you in that regard, the fiscal advisors, and you're getting two. This is a practice that we have employed for the last several, the state actually has employed for the last several years in San Francisco Unified. It's worked very well. A fiscal advisor that understands the superintendent's role in leading the district and the governance process, and then an advisor that really can dig down deep into the fiscal matters. Working together as a team. I think that is absolutely what you need, ideal. I know both of these people very, very well. They will do a great job for you. Your fiscal advisor that's going to focus on the fiscal has been the most recent state trustee, if you will, or a county trustee assigned to Oakland. So she's worked hand in hand with Lisa Grant Dawson. They know each other very well. That can be a plus and that can be a minus, but they know each other. And so that on day one, as a team, they can start together. That first meeting, as I understand it, with your fiscal advisors in the district is tomorrow morning. So I want to emphasize this. I often say, you know, when you have a crisis, when you have a personal crisis, you work through a 12-step process. Every 12-step process starts with the same step one, whether it's faith-based or not faith-based. It all starts with, and that is with recognizing you have a problem. I think you have done that because you've already come to terms with a fiscal stabilization plan. Make sure that you have gone through all the pieces and recognize all the drivers of that problem. Don't rest only on what you've got, what you had before you in adopting it, but continually evaluate that to recognize where things aren't right. Don't mask the problem. I think your first interim in part tells part of that story. You're not trying to mask it. Your numbers actually got worse, right? I think while we would all like to say we'd love to have them be better and move the other direction, the fact that they got worse, I think, implies here that you're not masking the problem. Take advantage of the financial expertise that's available to you through fiscal expertise, through the fiscal advisors, through the county office, through FICMAT. Work collaboratively with your oversight agency, which is the county superintendent, and be part of the solution. These are the characteristics that districts that find themselves in make quick turnover, progress, and turnaround. When you don't acknowledge the problem, when you don't work with your team that's available to you from on the outside, then you will languish in this situation. And in some respects, that's what you've done since 2018. This district has a history of not cooperating. If we go all the way back to 2018 and the issues there, you battled outsider assistance. I hope you won't repeat that again. Okay? My commitment to you is together, and I will take the liberty of speaking for the county, together, you, the county, FCMAT, CDE, whoever else we need to bring to the table to have a conversation with or seek assistance from, together our goal is to get you where you need to be and off this track towards running out of cash. You have a cash deficit in your forecast. When you run out of cash, the game is over. You all at that point are set aside. You no longer have authority to govern this district. And the state will assign somebody. The state will take the action for the county superintendent to assign somebody to come in and act on behalf of all of you, including the superintendent. You can look at that, just happened in the last 6 months ago in Plumas Unified School District. Happened on June 27th. And all of that is on our webpage. You can see the sequence. You can see what goes on there. Our goal is for that not to happen here. Okay? That's my commitment to you personally and as an organization. Happy to answer any questions you may have. Apologize for running over.
Do we have any public comment?
We do not.
Okay, board discussion. Member Benjamin.
Oh. I'm
Sorry, Member Singh. I've got to know where everyone's
I don't know what it
sitting
says
now.
up here anymore.
Member
but-
Singh.
All right. I've been rewriting a lot of things. And I just want to thank you all for your candidness in approaching this. And for the public to know that you all approached us and we got to do some interviews with you all. And I can promise that I was very honest about how this process went and where I thought our shortcomings were, where I thought either we were not able to do what we have promised to do to the public, and what the reasons for that, kind of were. And you're speaking to those, and I think I just asked, and I'm emphasizing this, and I think it's been delivered from you perfectly, but we do need to do this. I'm going to say it again tonight at some point, but I want us to function like we actually function in our own checking accounts at home. If you have no money in your checking account, you cannot spend money. You get an overdraft fee, then you probably are just in trouble, And that's how we need to function as a district. This is a terrible place to be. This is a challenging space to be as an elected official, because this is not what the platform we ran on. And I ran on a platform of transparency, and there's been lack of transparency to get to the decision making that we've gotten to. And it's just a really terrible feeling that I can't speak out to the community saying, I'm going to be transparent with you, when I have also made decisions up here, without transparency from the realities of the finances that we face as a district, especially when it comes to unbudgeted spending. And the truth is, everyone who's here or was here earlier is frustrated. We're frustrated. Our labor partners are frustrated. Every single partner is frustrated. And I guess I just ask that we take this advice and work together, because everyone's going to point fingers. But the best thing we can do is look inwards and figure out what we did wrong, instead of trying to figure out what the other partner did wrong. So I just want to say thank you. And I really do hope that we move in a positive direction, and we remember that when the money is gone, it's gone. So, thank you.
Member Ibarra.
Thank you. You saw a lot of nodding from me in agreement. There are a couple of comments that you made that connected more with me than others. I first want to start off by saying I have on multiple occasions asked for why we are not coming together more and seeking training and working together as a board outside of our regular board meetings. And I'm just going to ask our board to commit to that. And that might mean that we might be here for a lot of Saturdays or other days outside of Thursdays, whatever day we get to pick. But it has to be a commitment from each and every one of us if we really want to do what Board Member Singh just expressed. In addition to that, we really have to look at what governance changes FCMAT is recommending specific to SPED oversight and really hone into that. And sit down with you all to really have a deeper conversation on what that means. Because obviously tonight in discussion is not going to be enough to really talk about that. And I don't want to point fingers, but we also have to recognize where accountability is lacking. And while I don't disagree with a lot of what we heard from our administrators tonight about the conditions that we have them under, there is one thing that I do disagree with, and it is the transparency. And that's something that was brought up tonight in this report. And I obviously before when we got to read, our information to prepare for this meeting. And so I was going to save this comment for our next report, but I'm going to just put it here. Because I do need to be accountable. There were some decisions that I made with lack of full picture, and I accept that. I also accept that I could have reached out and communicated or asked questions to other folks. But the reality is I was in this district as a parent before I sat here as a trustee and as an organizer for 12 years. And the transparency has to happen because when my integrity is being questioned, I have to speak up. Do I think that this is the fault of all of our administration? Absolutely not. I know that that's not true. But I do know one thing. I have gone to countless board meetings where I forecasted violations, and it fell on deaf ears. And there are admin in here that sit in the back of this room, click-clacking away, where I and other parents have came to board meetings and expressed the very challenges that are reflecting in this report. And it fell on deaf ears. And who's going to be accountable for that? Because I can only be accountable for my mistakes. Every email that you ignore or that you fail to respond to, or that you respond to 2 or 3 months later because constituents are now reaching out to us, that is part of the problem. That is part of the problem. And I'm sorry that I have to make the comment here, but it's poor leadership on everybody's part. This hush culture, it needs to stop. I'm not going to blame any one specific person. But when I wasn't on the board, it was hard to talk to people in central staff. Because of the hush culture. You don't speak to certain people. You're instructed not to. And you're reprimanded when you do. Now, I'm not saying that that's happening today, but that's the culture of the administration here at central office that has got us to where we are at. You have to stop it. Supplanting has been a very poor practice in this district that I, as an advocate, came many times to tell you guys you were doing. And no one listened. Most recently, community schools I was organizing. I came here with the trailer bill. I gave it to everybody on the board. I gave it to the folks who were doing the work. I gave it in spaces where I was part of conversations when we were trying to get this to be collaborative. And I highlighted every single place you were in violation, and nobody listened until fast forward when we had to fix some boo-boos because of supplanting. These are the behaviors that I'm talking about. When you have, listen, some of you get paid $250,000 to $500,000 as administrators here, okay? And I engage more than you all in the schools. And that's crazy to me because it's in your job description. It is in your job description to go out and hear the community's voices. That is how we know what our schools truly need, is letting the community drive those conversations. And when you have administrators, and I'm sorry, I'm going to call out people right here, right now, like Daniel Roletti, like Tuan, and even though I probably agree to disagree more with this man than others, he created the space, Kirkland. You have to open the space for your families to come and talk and be collaborative. And then it trickles down to your site councils. We know what happens at site councils. I sat on a lot of them. Sometimes admin find a parent that's just going to sign off to whatever they want to happen at that school. That is part of this problem. These are the cultures that we need to shift. It is our job also as a board to understand the SIPSA. And I honestly don't believe that all 7 of us do. Because every decision that we make here, when we make cuts, when it trickles down, you have to have a solid understanding of what that means. And in this next report, there's going to be some pretty big moments that we're going to have when we get there. And you can't manipulate processes to work for you. You know, when I came out of high school, I, for a short moment, went to a beauty school, cosmetology. And I'll never forget when our instructor was teaching us when we were learning to dye hair. She said, you cannot slap hair dye on a person and then say a prayer and hope that it comes out to the results that you want. In the same essence, you can't keep making mistakes and not coming to the board and trusting that we're going to collaborate with you to fix the problem. Because then it gets so far bad that we can't even fix it or face the people telling us that we have a problem. That's really the reality of what I'm thinking as I look at this. I don't want to keep talking because there's lots more for us to get through, but we all have to accept where we are flawed so that we can all come together and have collaborative conversations on how this is going to look moving forward. And as a board, we have to do the same thing, and it has to start with our training. So those are my comments for this evening. And I hope that we can work with you hand in hand to really look at what those recommended specific to SPED oversights would look like, because that is one of the biggest problems that we're having. And I'll end with this. When you have folks who continuously make poor choices as administrators, and you make a conscious decision to not terminate them, but to move them to another site, move them to central office, demote them, push them out. Do you know I organized a community for an administrator who was doing an extremely poor job, and then she disappeared and I didn't know what happened to her. And later on I found out what happened to her. She was at another school and another community where she could cause more harm. We have to hold people accountable for their poor decisions. We have to. That is it.
Madam President, if I can address her first question. So the California School Boards Association's Masters in Governance is an excellent program. If you're not all graduates of that program, you should be to sit here. So I encourage you, I raise it tonight, because those sessions probably are in January and February. Some of them are. I'm going to say this. Staff development's expensive. Board development's expensive. The lack of staff development and the lack of board development is more expensive. So we don't make that recommendation lightly. The other is, I believe you are still clients of School Services at California. They're your advocates in Sacramento. They, along with, in partnership with us, offer a number of trainings. We'd be happy. You'd be great with just them. If you want us to partner with them or the two of our organizations together, we're happy to do those. Those are two places you go. One, very structured training, put on for years, well done by CSBA, and the other, identify what you need, and School Services or FICMAT or us together would be happy to do that.
Member Kayada.
I have a statement as well, no questions, but I do welcome FICMAT. If there's something I say that jumps out at you, please tell me. And I will say the report that we just got and that we received here verbally was sobering, but not at all unexpected. It's really the same report you gave in 2018. It's reports we've gotten from the Council of Great City Schools. It's reports we've gotten from the state auditor. These failures have been well documented. This is not one board. It's not one set of administration. It's a culture. And that's the statement here that I have prepared. I wanted to start by speaking directly to our parents and our caregivers of our students. I want to say that I know that the terms like fiscal insolvency are deeply unsettling, and I know that you're worried about your child's education, the morale of our hardworking educators, and the stability of our schools. I hear those concerns and I share them. I also want to be clear that our fiscal challenges do not change this board's priorities. We have made a clear commitment to investing today's dollars in today's students. We remain focused on direct student services and supporting the educators and staff who show up for our kids every day. I stand behind decisions to give raises to our teachers that allowed us to have, for this year, for the first time in way too many years, a teacher in every classroom. I stand behind moving away from a culture of reserves because I see the culture in this district is relying on reserves to make up for bad fiscal management and budgeting, rather than reserves serve what they should be for, which is true uncertainty. And this is not what we're dealing with here today. Turning now to what we have directly before us tonight, I want to address a public narrative that this board has been inattentive to our budget or that our investments in teachers have caused this crisis. The reality is quite the opposite. We have been very attentive to this. The challenges that have been building for years, as documented back as 2018, are being addressed by this board, and we've been addressing them for the past 2 years. For too long, this district has had a culture where the tail wags the dog. In other words, staff make the budget decisions and boards have to ratify them. In a healthy governance structure, as was just described in this report, the board sets the vision and the budget, and the staff executes the vision. But that is not what's been happening in this district. I've been personally put into a corner on this board, initiated by staff, as saying that I'm stepping out of my lane when I try to demand conversations around governance, around budget, around asking for these reports that we should have had much earlier. Because I'm staying out of my lane and I'm not trusting staff. This has nothing to do with trusting staff. It has to do with letting us do our jobs, and we have not been able to do our jobs due to culture that's been in this district for decades. The impacts of the decisions that staff and boards before us have made are now falling to our feet, and I am taking ownership, just like Member Ibarra said. We deserve some of that blame because we have not been willing to hold our staff responsible, and we have not been willing to flip the governance structure to where it should have been in the first place. But we're doing that now. I have heard that this board didn't see this coming, and that the challenge was unexpected. This was reported in the B, and I think that is incorrect. Some costs, like special education, were unexpected. The fact that staff was spending dramatically out of budget by tens of millions of dollars. But the overall fiscal trajectory was entirely foreseeable to anyone who's been paying attention, and I have been paying attention. I was also paying attention when I directed staff to stop relying on reserves to balance our budgets. The culture of overspending, relying on reserves for special education and other departments is exactly what got us here. This board should be able to dictate our priorities and where we want to spend, and we rely on staff to implement those priorities, but that has not happened. It's not economic uncertainty, like I said briefly before. It's a structurally unbalanced budget. For those of you who don't know, I am a CPA, an MBA, and an attorney. I have audited school districts from the State Controller's Office. I have managed county budgets. These patterns to me are incredibly clear, and they were so clear to me when I joined the board 3 years ago. I immediately called for a forensic level review of our fiscal practices. I was rebuffed by staff, who chose not to follow my direction and to misinterpret what I had asked for, which was a look behind the scenes of what was going on, such that the board did not have reliable data they could rely on when we looked at our budgets. At that time, we were still living with our one-time COVID relief funds that were providing the temporary lull. This was a can that was kicked down the road from the previous board. I pushed really, really hard to say that now is the time, and this was 2 years ago, 3 years ago. That was the time for us to really make the fixes that we needed to make so that we didn't have to have this conversation now. But instead, we continue to kick that can down the road. We are now at the end of that road, and we have the can in front of us, and we have to do something with it. We're finally having the difficult conversations that should have happened a decade ago. As we hear from these state advisors who are sounding the alarm, I want to be clear that this board has been sounding the alarm for over a year now. We directed a reduction in district office spending months ago, but our financial documents show that staff instead increased spending. It is not the board, in my opinion, that is hesitant. It is the internal culture of this district that has been slow-walking necessary changes that this board has been politically willing to make. Our former CDO was a visionary who was willing to stare down these challenges. I believe that we lost her not because of any action the board took, but because she lacked the necessary support within the walls of this here Cerna Center to execute the plans that this board approved. We must overcome this cultural resistance to change. And to our staff, my direction now is that the slow walking of this fiscal insolvency plan and other board direction around the budget needs to stop. If there are viable alternatives to the cuts we must make, now is the time for us to hear them. Otherwise, we expect immediate partnership in executing a balanced budget that reflects the board's priorities. Finally, we must be honest about how we allocate our resources as a school district. Our primary mission is to educate our children. For too long, we have backfilled the responsibilities of the city and county. We've been providing social services that our kids desperately need, but which we do not have funding for. I value the partnerships that we've created and the services that we're offering to our community, but we can no longer afford to fund programs that lack dedicated grants or fall outside of our core educational mission. We cannot spend money we do not have, and we can no longer support pet projects that former members of this board who have gone on to higher levels of government continue to rally behind because they created them. It's time for the city and the county to step up and make the investments that they should be making, instead of forcing us to do them and saying that we are leading our kids off the cliff if we don't. I'm thinking first and foremost about funding for regional transit. Case in point, we never should have had to contribute to that. Our risk of insolvency is high only if we refuse to take the corrective steps necessary. And I know, having looked in the eyes of everyone here and the two who are not here tonight, that this board is ready to make those hard choices and to commit and to implement our vision. We expect our staff to follow our lead so that we can get back to focusing on the success of our students, which is what these meetings should be about.
Member Benjamin.
To your point, thank you for this. I think, we run these races, we get elected, right? A lot of us come from different backgrounds, right? I come from a community background, right? And so a lot of the technical things, I kind of lack in, right? There's really no onboarding, right? There's a quote that you have on slide 6, I love it. It says, competent leaders don't shoot from the hip, right? And so what happens is a lot of times, to Member Ibarra's point, we have to create spaces on this board where we start coming together and really having these conversations so we can all see things through the same lens. That's the problem. Transparency has to be, at the forefront, so everybody understands the process and where the money is being spent. And I'll be honest, and I owe people apology too. I haven't been, doing what I really kind of need to do to connect, right? So we can all understand and make these decisions, so we can be more fiscally solvent going forward, though. But to Member Kayada's point, I want the public to know that we are working together. We are working hard. We have sat down and talked about how we better govern as a board, and you will see the change. We are dedicated to that, and going forward, you will see that we're going to do a lot better. Thank you.
Member Ibarra.
I left out the LCAP piece. I have said on that side of the dais, and I have said it on this side of the dais, we have to connect the LCAP to everything that has a number on it. And I'm gonna let you all know, you should consider really understanding the document if you don't, because it's very complex. And I don't know that where we're at currently, because I haven't talked to the liaison for LCAP. But I know when I served on the very first LCAP, I disengaged quickly after, because of the lack of allowing the committee to drive those conversations. That's where transparency starts. Our committees that we have as a board, including the LCAP committee, are meant to work for us as a board, to have the true voice of our constituents. But we can't do that when we always want to control the agendas in those spaces. We have to start releasing some of that. In that I say, in the request that I make for our training around governance, that we include understanding from top to bottom the process of LCAP as a board so that we can make those connections. Because in addition to these cuts that we're looking at, we also have to start looking at what we're going to do when community schools funding is gone. And we have to continue that work for those communities on top of the cuts that we have to make. So I just wanted to add that.
All right, thank you all. My first response is I read this thoroughly and took a lot of notes. And then this afternoon I went back through it and looked at every single space that talked about board responsibility in the anticipation that I would be elected president. And here's my proposal. Number one, we need governance trainings. We have already established one. January 8th, we will be meeting with Matt Phillips from School Services. He's going to be doing a 2 to 3 hour budget training for us so that we can start hitting the ground running as we move forward with that. We had already discussed putting an every other month meeting on the calendar. I'm proposing that it become monthly. And we might even want to consider it just becomes every Thursday we anticipate there's going to be something on our calendars. So I will talk with each of you and kind of talk about what that looks like and what that commitment is. The next big thing is about policies. And when I first got elected, Member Rhodes took me out for coffee and said, "What's your dream?" And I said, he's like, "If you could do one thing on the board, what's the one thing?" And I said, "I'm an English teacher nerd. I want to revamp our entire policy." It's taken me a couple of years, but we've got a policy committee that's now working and meeting regularly. The work has been focused predominantly on very important outside things, agreements and commitments. But we need to start as a board taking responsibility for what we see as policy priorities and moving that forward. You'll probably start expecting to see policy updates and revisions on every single meeting. And lastly, it was about committees. So the board committees that you brought up, the LCAP committees, and I would say if we're doing monthly workshops, as we get into March, April, we will need LCAP workshops so that we can truly understand how the LCAP works. But I also want to work with each one of our established board committees so that we can better partner. They exist to support the work that we are doing. We do have liaisons, and I think that was a big step forward as we put those together. But as we do some governance training, what is the role of a liaison? How do we work with the board a little bit better? There's also some committee structures in governance, like what are some best practices to support committees in their work, like having consistent bylaws. A consistent understanding of chairs, a consistent understanding of charges. So I look forward to connecting with our committee chairs to discuss what that work would look like. The second key thing is I have 3 information requests. I'll start with sharing these, and then I would like feedback from the board to see if these are information requests that you support. The first one, Madam Superintendent, is I would love to know what staff position is responsible for all 20 of these specific parts of FCMAT. Some of these report. Some of these I already know, like for charter schools, I know, and facilities, I know. But what I found very concerning is the areas that we have asked questions about seem to be, and have confusion on and not quite know who we're talking to, seem to be the areas that have the highest scores. For example, some of the budget development and monitoring, special education, position control. I'm incredibly concerned that position control has nothing good in there, and I would love information and whatnot. But I want to start with, I don't necessarily want names. This is not pointing fingers. It is, I want staff positions so I can say who is responsible for figuring out what the plan is moving forward, the responsible for implementation, and then the responsible for evaluating the effectiveness of that plan and the implementation. And creating a cycle of that. So that's my first request for info. My second one, and this kind of goes to questions with you, but I think you've mentioned it. I have heard that school services can offer analyses of staffing and special education programs. And so I would like to request that we get a staffing analysis. Sorry, did you want to respond to anything? Okay.
No, they offer both of those services. We offer special ed analysis as well.
Okay.
But you are in good hands with school services.
Excellent. So I would like a staffing analysis, and knowing that with 96% of our budget going towards employees, that means the biggest, easiest cuts. When I say easy, I do not mean easy. I mean that is hard and heartbreaking, but the most effective cuts will be looking at staffing. And that is heartbreaking. So I want an analysis of our current staffing system so that we can get an idea, kind of like the SICMAT report. It gave me things to look at so we can have rich conversations about our staffing. I would also like a special education program and staffing analysis. For this staffing analysis, I would really love that by the end of January, because I know that's about the time we start having conversations about the March 15th hard conversations. So I would like that analysis by the end of January, as much as school services is able to do that. I can assume everyone's busy, so who knows if that timeline is working, but we need this information so that when we start having to make hard decisions in February and beginning of March about who's getting RIFed, it's not just it's based on things that we feel comfortable, like we have the info we need as a board. For special education analysis, I would love that to look at our programs and our systems. That one I'm assuming by the end of the school year, but honestly, the sooner we get the information, the better. What I like about these reports, from what I've heard, school services will essentially compare us to like school districts and then be able to give us an analysis. What we then as a board would be responsible for is thinking about our communities and our students and their needs, and then discussing, it's not necessarily that this tells us what we should do. Wow, there's a fly in here. This is what we should do, but that it gives us a point of reference to have rich conversations about the needs of our students, the priorities of our education system, the values of our community, so that as we're making conversations about staffing or special education, it's not that this is telling us what to do, it's that it's giving us something else to look at as we have conversations. So that's my second info requested, those two reports. My third info dives specifically into facilities. Part of our FSP, which I think we're going to start calling it Fiscal Solvency Plan, FSP. One of them was that we would have a facilities optimization and consolidation planning workshop scheduled. And the information that 55% of our schools are operating at under 70% capacity. Yep. I need a lot more information to understand this. And so I am asking that we have that workshop scheduled. I'm assuming that doing that in end of March or April would be a good time, because I believe from now until March, we're going to be doing all budget because of the conversations that we have to have in staffing before March 15th. So those are my three requests. I'll stop. I'm seeing a lot of head nods. Is anybody wanting to say anything in response as a concern or change, or what was agreed? Thank you. All right.
Madam President,
yes.
If I may, we did not look at this in any depth, but we heard it from multiple sources. You have contracted out in special ed the evaluation of students. With those same companies, you contract with them to provide services.
Yeah.
So they're writing their own invoice to you as they do the evaluation of the student. If you're in a situation that you can't hire qualified folks to do both of those services, and you have to contract out, if that's your situation, and there are many districts in that situation, something you can do tomorrow is separate those tasks. If you're an evaluator and you're evaluating a student's needs, you may not be a service provider of those services. Okay? There's a conflict there that is worth a chunk of change. So I encourage you to look at that again. We didn't go into that depth because we weren't here to evaluate special ed. If we or school services were to evaluate special ed, that would certainly be some. But starting tomorrow, you could change that. Simple direction to your superintendent would change that. And then don't approve those contracts. Go back and ask them to be on your next agenda. Cancel all those contracts and do them properly, where you have language in there that does not create a conflict.
Thank you. Are we accepting the report? Are we approving? Sorry, I need to put.
Are we setting? I would like to set that direction right now that Mr. Fine just mentioned.
Okay, I'll go ahead and verbalize that.
Okay, so verbalized.
Excellent. Madam Superintendent, do you have any questions or comments for us on all we've shared? Okay, thank you. Thank you very much for your presentation.
Thank you.
All right, moving on to 11.2, our 2025-2026 first interim financial report. Welcome. And before we officially start, I do want to just kind of emphasize to the board, I'm assuming we're going to have a lot of questions because it's impossible not to have in head the conversation we just had, the fiscal solvency plan and the first interim. But this presentation of the first interim is probably going to bring up questions that may or may not be appropriately answered by our folks presenting this. So feel free to think of it as like this presentation about asking a lot of questions. And then in January, when we have that training, we can depend on getting answers at that time. So we may have some answers. I know we're prepared, but there may be things that you're curious about that we don't have answers for. So with that in place, welcome. And I hand it to you.
Thank you. Good evening, President Jean, Superintendent Allen, members of the board and the community. My name is Angie Singh. I'm the Accounting Director of Business Services. This is agenda item 11.2, 25-26 First Interim Financial Report, which is presented to you this evening with staff recommendation for negative certification. Joining me this evening is our Position Control Manager, Christian Ramirez, who will also be presenting a few slides. Note the entire report is available in the board materials and on our website. The report provides budgeting updates and actuals through October 31st to best understand the district's current financial position. Our presentation will provide a summary of the entire report, looking at general fund revenues and expenditures, changes to fund balance, and multi-year projection. Before diving into the numbers, I would like to take a moment to recognize the dedication and hard work of our budget team and our Assistant Superintendent of Business Services, Cindy Tao, who couldn't be here tonight. We're presenting this information on her behalf, and we want to emphasize the significant leadership, commitment, and care she brings to this work. First, we'd like to acknowledge that our district is guided by our core belief that every student should graduate with the greatest possible range of post-secondary opportunities. This principle shapes our decisions and ensures resources are dedicated to where they're needed the most. Here's a list of the acronyms for anyone who may not be familiar. Here's a look at the agenda of items ahead. Let's dive into this information together. This is our budget reporting cycle. This slide serves as a reminder that the budget cycle is ongoing with 3 years in motion at all times, closing the prior year, managing the current year, and planning for the next. At this point in the cycle, we're at the blue arrow. We're reviewing actuals through October 31st and projecting through year end, which is June 30th, 2026. Revenues. Let's take a look at revenues. As of October 31st, 70% of general fund revenues are unrestricted, providing flexibility, while 30% are restricted for specific programs such as Title I and special education. Revenues by source. General fund revenue comes from our 4 main sources: 60% from LCFF, 22% from other state, 7% federal, and 4% local. Together, these sources support district operations and student services. This slide summarizes changes to our unrestricted revenues since adoption. Overall, there's a net decrease. Next is our restricted revenues, which were updated to reflect the most current funding information and ensure expenditures align with our available resources. I would like to turn this over to our Position Control Manager, Christian Ramirez, who will provide the expenditure updates.
Thank you, Angie. Let's dive into the expenditure information together. This chart shows that general fund expenditures are split roughly 50.31% unrestricted and 49.69% restricted. The next chart shows that general fund expenditures are this chart shows both unrestricted and restricted expenditures. The following are the major components. Certificated salaries are 37.9%, classified salaries are 12.4%, employee benefits are 25.9%, books and supplies 4.8%, and service and operations 17.9%. This slide summarizes changes to unrestricted expenditures since budget adoption, and this slide summarizes changes to restricted expenditures since budget adoption. Next is an overview of general fund contributions since adopted. Unrestricted funds cover excess restricted costs when program funding falls short. The special education contribution has increased by 30 million, mainly for contracting services related to students' needs, while routine restricted maintenance increased by 2.1 million. Moving on to some budget comparison. This slide compares the total revenue and expenditures between adopted budget and first interim. This chart shows the change in projected ending fund balance from first interim to future years. The ending fund balance reflects one-time dollars resulting from overall budget surpluses or deficits. The projected ending balance has decreased due to updated revenue and expenditures. Now, I would like to turn it over to Angie.
Thank you, Christian. Next, we'll review the remaining special funds and the multi-year projection. Interim reports include multi-year projection covering the current year and 2 future years to determine the district's certification status. Staff is recommending negative certification. Other funds, the district manages multiple funds outside of the general fund. All funds remain stable, self-sufficient, and solvent with no additional general fund contributions required. For unrestricted revenues are projected to increase with LCFF COLA assumptions of 3.02% for 26-27 and 3.42% for 27-28. Moving on to the expenditure assumptions in our multi-year projection, certificated salaries are anticipated to increase in both 25-26 and in 26-27, accompanied by corresponding rises in our benefits. Next is highlighting the summary of our restricted revenue assumptions, followed by a summary of our restricted expenditure assumptions. This chart here compares the current year budget with projections for 26-27, as well as for 27 and 28. Next is our enrollment trends. Here's a look at the district's historical enrollment trends. Enrollment has remained steady since 23-24, with a projected 92% yield rate for the future out years. To finalize our presentation, we will review the summary and certification recommendation. The district is projected to fall below the required 2% reserve for economic uncertainties through 27-28, with cash flow turning negative beginning of June 2026. As a result, staff recommends a negative certification. Thank you for your time this evening. We're happy to answer any questions.
Do we have any public comment?
No public comment.
Thank you. Any board discussion? Member Ibarra.
I have some questions that are around SPED, so they probably won't be answered tonight, and that's okay. But in January, I would like to have an update on these questions. The first one is, what portion of the projected structural deficit is attributable to special education expenditures?
We don't have the answers at this moment, but we're happy to take your questions and get back.
That's what I expected. Thank you. I just wanted to pause in case you needed to take note. The next question is, are special education costs assumed to stabilize, grow, or decline in the out years, and on what basis? The next question is, how sensitive is the district certification status to SPED cost assumptions? And the last question I have is, what happens to the projection if special education contract growth continues at the current rate?
Member Kayada.
First, I just want to thank the three of you for being here, being the face of this document. I know this is probably pretty unfair. I've done budget presentations myself, and months go into preparing for it. So certainly, like Member Ibarra said, we're happy for questions to come back later, and we do appreciate the clarity and the context you provided. I have a question, and I'm not going to go too far in the weeds here, but I've run some really tight budgets and when we're facing in deficits, the first thing we do is go back to every department and say, what are your projections? And that will be your budget. So I'm wondering why we have so many projections that are dramatically different than what the budget is. Is it because we need to change the budget still? Or I guess I'm not trying to lead you to the answer, but yeah.
Thank you. We will take a note and then get back to you with our projections.
Okay. And yeah, just, you know, if we're taking it back, my expectation would be if we're trying to squeeze every penny we can out of this budget, if it means we go back and we redo our projections, if that's what's required, okay. But we really need to fully understand what each department, as they roll up to these line items, what their actual needs are. And the budget shouldn't exceed that for this year at a baseline. And I would say that would be a starting point for finding additional revenue saving measures. I'm particularly concerned about the increase in the budget in special education. The previous presentation, Mr. Fine, went into that in a little bit of detail of why we're staff overspending in the first place, and I was pretty clear in previous meetings that that never should have happened. Ms. Marking made a suggestion that perhaps if we need to increase the budget, we could look at creating some sort of contingency where we understand that you do need this. We want you to budget low, but we know that there might be some overspending, but I don't want that overspending to be built in the budget so they don't spend it, right? So I would like to look into the option to create some sort of specific contingency just for this transition period until we get our special education under control, whereby they have a budget that is at a certain level, that is probably the level it was at the original budget, that there would be an additional amount that is essentially a specifically purposed reserve for special education department problems, and to access that reserve, they must obtain board approval. But I think just increasing the budget by $30 million is not doing anything to address the problems that led us to this in the first place. It's just giving that department now a pass for what they've done when they overspent in the past. And finally, this question was teed up in the previous presentation as well, but I guess I'll ask the superintendent or one of the cabinet members, but do we have an update on the implementation plan? Is there a reason that it wasn't presented tonight? And is there something the board needs to be doing to make sure that happens? And if the answer is just that we were without a CBO for the past couple of weeks, that's fine. I just want to know.
So yes, that had a lot to do with it because we didn't have a CBO and we have the first interim. We knew the FICMAT report was coming and there was a lot around the budget. We have been working on of course, the fiscal solvency plan, and there are some of the questions, have you done this, have you done that? The answer is yes. And so it was my thinking that we could start it, given that we had such a heavy meeting tonight, that we could start on the fiscal solvency plan update in January.
Okay. And I think that's reasonable. I just want to make sure we're moving forward unless there's like a literal national disaster. It needs to be on every agenda because we're already getting questions on this. I know stuff is in motion and I don't know what it is. And I've gotten probably 20 emails in the past 48 hours about priority schools funding, and I didn't know that had even started yet. I also don't really see changes around the Cerna Center. So it's hard for me to understand what's happening if we don't have that data.
Thank you.
And that's it for me.
Thank you. All right, Member Singh?
All right, so thank you, and I recognize that a lot of the questions and comments we may have may be most well positioned for our interim CBO when she starts and is able to answer some of these questions. But the one thing I want to be clear on is we mentioned the fiscal solvency plan. So I know that's going to be a presentation from your department, and I want to be clear as possible on what the direction was and what the ask is. You all remember this document that we got that kind of lays out the fiscal solvency plan? I want to be very clear, what I'm looking for is this on one side and a column next to it showing where we're at each month, right? So if something says $22.5 million in contracts and service costs, and that's the reduction goal, how much did we reduce in that month and keep adding on to it? I want it to be as easy to read, not just for us, but for in the spirit of transparency for the community to understand what steps are we taking towards actually cutting down to this goal of $70 million that we want to do in reductions. I want it to be easy for all of us to read, and I don't want it to look complicated. I understand the graphs, but most people don't understand them, and sometimes I don't understand them. This makes a lot of sense to us. So hopefully there's head nods, but I just want this on one side and I want where we're at on the other side every single month. Very simple. The other thing is, and I'm sure folks understand this, I'm not trying to bring more panic, and I really respect the FICMAT presentation, is the fact that some of the additions that were listed in our agenda item today include a lot of additional funds going to special education. I want to be clear, I'm not pointing out special education and trying to just go after special ed. The reality is someone else came up here and presented that way more than we've even talked about it tonight. So there must be, let's take the third party person here and say it's not us, it's not them, but someone else, an outside person is telling us there are some concerns here. And the biggest concerns I'm seeing is that whether it was budgeted or not budgeted at that time, special education is now asking for another $30 million, ballpark, right? And now have a presentation that says independent contractors are the ones who are creating their own invoices to determine if a kid needs an IEP. Is that $30 million part of the money that's going to those independent contractors? Because if it is, that's the first thing I would slash tomorrow morning or yesterday, right? We want to make sure that the money that we're spending is not going towards just giving independent contractors the ability to assign more IEPs. So I can't, in any good consciousness, and I understand we have something to approve here, what I'm going to be approving, the idea of approval for me, is acknowledging that this is where we're at. That is the level of approval I'm about to give tonight from my perspective. I'm not approving and saying these numbers look correct in that sense, because I'm not here to say yes to spending any more pennies on anything until we have clarification at this district, right? So I think getting some clarification on how that works, and also as Member Kaida just said, what is the business office's plan to ensure that the budget we set out is the budget that each department follows? Because the truth is this, I could read every essay I've written tonight, and I'm not going to read it. I wrote a lot, but the truth is I'm just going to say what I'm going to say. And the reality is, if you want us out of the weeds, the only people who can get us out of your spaces and your cubicles is yourselves. I can't do it, because until I see the trust, I'm going to sit there. I don't want to sit there, but I will. And I'm sure a lot of our board members are willing to do the same thing, right? I don't want to be in your cubicles. I don't want to know every single little thing that you're doing. But you're forcing us to do it because we come to these spaces and we have every single person pointing fingers. So we're looking to you as a business office to say, before something gets approved, is it within what the board has approved? Because if we didn't approve it, it shouldn't be happening. And if there's a reason or a rhyme on why it needs to get approved, and there's going to be some legal reason, which I totally respect, we need to have a full explanation on why we must meet that. Case in point, IEPs, right? Yep. I'm not here to say okay to IEPs. I think everyone needs to understand approving IEPs is not your legal requirement. Giving a child the ability to read their assessment, determine if they need an IEP, is what our legal requirement is. It's check marks is not what we're trying to do. If you want to check boxes, we can hand out IEPs all day long, which is seemingly what we're doing. Is that actually serving our children? Is that actually serving kids with special needs and other needs? Absolutely not. We may feel like we're doing something right, but we're not. And that's what I'm trying to fix. The reality is all these budget issues that we're facing, we're also facing them because we need to fix internal systems.
Processes.
And we're here to help by saying, here's the bucket of money you can spend, but we don't have anything after that. So I'm asking you to make sure that the budget we set out is a budget within which people stay. And as Member Ibarra said earlier, if you need more or come to us. Tell us that this isn't working. But what I'm hearing from FICMAT, I have zero desire to add even a penny to anyone's budget right now. So all I'm asking is clear fiscal solvency plan, follow the budget that we have prescribed to ensure that we stay within budget and we are right-sizing our district. And if anybody comes to you and says we need more money, tell us. And it better be a good reason.
Thank
you.
Thank you. Member Ibarra. I'm back.
So we didn't, I understand we're gonna get more information on the plan in January, but given the emails that we are seeing, I just wanna clarify something, because I wanna make sure that I clarify this for me, not for everyone here. And it is about the emails that we're getting around the priority schools cuts. Because in the conversation that I was in, I understood we were talking about administration cuts. And in that conversation came up the priority schools topic, and how there's this, they get 12 months instead of 10 months. That is the cut I was behind. I just want y'all to understand that. Right now you have, and I'm sorry that I'm gonna just call it out, 2 schools, Leah Tata Floyd and Oak Ridge Elementary School. I don't need to tell you guys the population of those schools. And if I do, that's ridiculous. Those schools should not be contacting me, telling me, or any of us on the board, that they have to make a reduction in the next school year of half of their budget. They're our most vulnerable schools. If I were on the team directing those cuts, I would have asked for clarification from the board. You guys have to get comfortable with asking us for clarification on stuff that doesn't make sense. You are highly paid professionals. We trust you to do your work. I can be accountable to the things that I ask for, and I will take ownership if it's a poor decision in the future. But that is one clear example of why it's important to have communication. Because when we give a directive to have no impact directly on students, and then a school is reaching out in dire desperation trying to understand that, nobody heard the directive of keep it as far away from the classroom as possible. And that's why we're getting those emails. Keeping it away from the classroom would have been what I understood and voted for, was those 2 months to come off. And if that was my failure to ask for more clarification, I own that. But I don't understand how anyone in that decision process didn't stop and say, wait a minute, is that reflective of the directive of the board? Question it. You can question it, and you can reach out to us. That's how we do this collaboratively. So those are just, I had to say that because I'm sorry. In January, I'm not gonna get behind that if that's what's put on the table. And I'm gonna have a hard time if that's something that we have to even, I don't even have a closing statement to that. I'm just gonna leave it there.
What I would, so I do think there needs to be clarification on priority schools, because when we talk about culture, that is part of the culture of this district, that we've had priority schools for years and years and years. And I completely understand about Leah Tata Floyd and Hiram Johnson, and I understand, and the reason why they're contacting you as well as me is because we're getting ready for budget development, and it's for the next year, and they're concerned. It is Title I funding, the priority schools. And so I do think, because we did have a conversation about that, and perhaps it's a clarification of what that meant, because what it meant to us for years and years and years and years it has been, what are you doing with priority schools? Why do you still have priority schools? That was then, this is now. How they were set up and arranged was one thing, and it is completely different now. It's an equity issue. I've heard it all. Because how can you have Hiram Johnson as a priority school and not have Burbank as a priority school? So things have changed. So I do think that we do need to have clarification on that, and we need to have it soon, because we're working on budget development now, and they start the moment we get back in January. So perhaps, I know I keep adding to that special board meeting, so perhaps that is a point of clarification, so that staff is very clear, that fly. So staff is very clear on what this means. Eliminate practice of priority school designation and allocations. What does that mean to this governing board as we continue? And we're going to, listen, we're probably going to have more things that are going to come up, because this is a huge plan, and as we're moving forward with it, we are going to need more conversation, more clarification on what this means, so everybody's on the same page moving forward. But there is a sense of urgency, because we're preparing for budget development. They are preparing for budget development. And so there is a sense of urgency. But do we need clarification on this? Absolutely. Yes.
I hear you, and I'm just jumping in because she was addressing the comment that I made. So no. I'm saying why I'm jumping in. I hope I didn't jump in front of somebody. Here's the thing, though. I hear what you're saying, but you're asking schools who are getting 600 and close to 675K to cut that down to 350K in 1 year. That doesn't even, even if the way you read it, I can see how the direction went that way once you read that, right? Even with that, you have to ease the school into it. You can't expect a school from 1 year to the next to make a 50% cut when you have administrators up here in central office who aren't being captains of their ship, that are going down first. Because we have to go down first and recognize where we're at flaws as we are navigating our ship. But the ship that you guys are navigating, when I see 20%, I'll give you an example. There's a department in there, in the FICMAT report, I won't even say which one, because we can all look at it and see, that gave us no problems. And yet that department is still being asked to give 20% of their budget back. And that doesn't make sense to me, but that's a conversation for us to have in January. When you have other departments that haven't taken accountability for their lack in leadership and for their unwillingness, I'm sorry to say, when you make poor decisions to the gravity that brought us here, and instead of corrective action, you are met with additional support to spread out the work, we can only get away with it for so far as a district. And that's just the reality of it. And listen, I've been in tough positions in middle management where I managed and supervised stores, where I hired people that I knew and then turned around and went, what was I thinking? Literally had to let go of a family friend one time as a manager. That wasn't easy for me, but I had to put my job first, because when I come to work, that's not my friend, that's an employee. And in the same sense, that's how we have to make corrective action also while we look at the cuts here. I shouldn't have to ease conversations with staff about why they're losing someone in their department when they can clearly see where the trouble is. That's not fair. It's not fair. That's not, in any business, that structure isn't fair. So I hear what you're saying, but it also takes a level of ownership here in central office to recognize where the leaders have to lead first in those cuts. Just like us as leaders, as a governing board, we have to recognize our lack of leadership in training ourselves. our lack of wanting to come together more and have these deep conversations. Because it's true, some of us have been more invested than others. Some of us show up to schools to take pictures, and some of us show up to schools to have deep, meaningful conversations with families when we show up. That's just the reality of it. So is it flawed on one side? No, it's flawed on both. But I cannot continue to say sorry that you guys are uncomfortable when we're in conversations because you feel that it's being controlled by the union or because it just doesn't make sense. That's not fair to us. Having an endorsement by the teachers doesn't mean that we're bought by the teachers, and we continue to hear this narrative internally. And I've had to forgive some of you for things that I'm never gonna get an apology for, because there are decisions that you also make that cause part of this harm. But I'm willing to come to the table and say, I'm not worried about that, because I'm confident that moving forward, we're gonna put it all on the table. And we're gonna bring our dirty laundry here together, and we're gonna sort it in front of everybody together. And then we're gonna start putting it to wash. Because in the past, what happened was everybody came and aired everything out and nothing got to the washing machine. I don't wanna do that. I don't wanna come to board meetings and talk about what you all are doing wrong. That's not the focus. I wanna move forward together, but it's gonna take recognizing leadership in here, and in those decisions, it's gonna reflect. It's going to reflect. So I'm gonna stop talking because we'll be here all night.
Member Singh.
Thanks, Member Ibarra. I do want to clarify then. I feel the same way, because when we received the FICMAT report, it absolutely does say that there are departments that did literally no wrong. I have no idea why we would punish people for doing exactly what they're supposed to be doing and leading the way on how our district should be handling their budgetary values in their specific departments. So I think it's fair to say that 20% reduction to departments, which you're referring to in 26-27 budget development reductions, needs a lot more clarity on what does that mean. Does that, for me, I read it as 20% reductions to our departments. I didn't read it as each department must cut, 20%. I just need to see a 20% reduction across the departments. I also want to clarify, and I didn't know if this was part of the IEP conversation, Member Ibarra, so I'm not sure where this is coming from, but when we talked about priority school designations, this is for me. Title I designations are our decision. How we designate money to high need schools is a decision of the board. There's multiple ways that we can decide. There's thresholds that we can come up with. So priority schools has been something, as Superintendent was saying, has been a part of this district for a long time. We can still prioritize schools. We don't have to call it priority schools. How we define Title I funding and where that money goes is us prioritizing a particular school. So I think those are discussions that are really important for us to have, is what schools do have the most need and how can we get them additional funding. The reality is, I'm not making promises, but I'm saying, if you look at it properly, you may end up with schools that you believe need more money and could actually get more money if we reallocate funds accordingly, rather than sticking to just a priority school designation, which is actually keeping possibly some money away from schools that could actually even use more. Maybe some schools don't need as much, and maybe some schools do need more, but that's a conversation we should have. I feel like actually the priority schools designation holds us back. It allows us to just jump into the same couple of schools. This allows us to have a nuanced conversation. So in my head, I'm still prioritizing them, but Title I money and how we spend it and the threshold we set is truly part of something we can do. And I don't think we've ever explored our thresholds on Title I and how we spread that money out, because you have the option of spreading it out to different sites, different areas, or you can actually just take a holistic view on where our needs are. And I'm sure if you took a look at where our needs are, I can draw a map, and it's called redlining, and I can tell you where most of our students in priority schools would fall. So I just want to mention the clarity for me on priority schools. I want to prioritize their schools. I just don't care to have a priority school designation that's been holding us back, in my opinion, for over a decade now. That's all.
Thank you. I have one question, and it has to do with cash flow. And are we needing to look at a loan this year? We've identified cuts. We're talking a lot about the implementation plan, the thought that maybe more need to be identified this year, which is so hard to do. So I'd like information on at what point are we worried about cash flow and do we need a loan to ensure? Yeah. And with that, thank you so very much.
Thank you.
Oh, we need to take action. Yes, thank you. All right. I will entertain a motion to approve this report.
I'll motion.
So moved.
Are we just approving the report, or are we?
We're acknowledging that this report is here, right?
I don't have any specifics. It's, yeah, we're approving the report.
Yeah.
Do I have a second? Thank
I'll second.
you. Roll call vote.
Member Jean?
Aye.
Member Kayada?
Aye.
Member Benjamin?
Aye.
Member Singh?
Aye.
Member Ibarra?
Item 11.3, dependent charter first interim report and notice of potential fiscal distress. Welcome.
President Jean, do we need to take the consent item that was moved up, 8.1?
Yes, do we need to do that right now, or we were just removing it?
So we did move it, but upon consulting with superintendent, we're actually not ready to.
So we'll bring it back at another time?
So we're
Okay.
actually removing it.
Thank you for the clarification. We'll bring that back at another time. And with that, welcome.
All right. In the line of really wonderful topics tonight, we are here to present a notice of fiscal distress regarding one of our we'll talk about it. Some dependent charter schools. You all know me. I'm Amanda Goldman. You probably have not met my work wife over here, B. Mua, who is my budget analyst and keeps us, helps me understand all of these things. Okay. Tonight, our agenda, I'm going to do a quick governance review about the two hats that you all wear with regards to the governance of our dependent charter schools. We're going to do a little what-if scenario, and then I'll do a summary of our dependent charter fiscal condition and what our next steps are. And I have, okay. So as a governing board, we're very familiar with your role here as the authorizing board. And this image presents that, where we have the SUSD board, you all, we have the charter school board, there's this agreement, they handle their schools, we handle our schools. That's your role when you are approving the charter, providing oversight, handling renewal and revocation. With our dependent schools, this relationship changes a little bit. And so, sorry, you have to look at the screen to see the two different pictures. But you are both the authorizing board and the governing board. And there's lots of reasons for that. But as the governing board, the same way that you provide financial stewardship to the district, approve LCAP and budgets, and the district being the sole employer of those employees, that is the same for the dependent charter schools. So sometimes I am going to ask you to think as the authorizing board, and sometimes I'm going to ask you to think as the governing board. I thought about bringing props, but I feel like we got this, yeah? Okay. So what happens if? So we had a situation last year that you were familiar with where two of our dependent charter schools didn't have enough money to get through the year. And prior to last year, that had sort of been handled in different ways. But last year, for the first time, we brought it forward and said, nope, we're going to make sure this is really clear because all of these are separate LEAs. Their funds need to be separated. We need to be very clear about that. So we worked with legal counsel and other smart people to develop a process for this. And so this part is what's happening tonight. So our review of the first interim budgets for the charter schools is that several of them may be in a position to end the coming year with a balance below their required reserve. So we are notifying you, this is where you have your governing board hat on. We are notifying you as the governing board of that charter school that there might be some problems coming forward. And then we're also notifying you as the authorizing board that one of your charter schools is in distress. So this is what's happening tonight.
After tonight, we've issued this notice of fiscal concern, and we've made it, we've given it out to all of our charter schools, but there are a few in particular that we've said, we need you to make sure there are some things that happen and that they happen fairly quickly. And we'll talk about what those things are in a moment. If they can make all those fixes, which we think some of them and most of them can, yay, no problem. However, if the school is unable to make those corrections and continues to project an inadequate fund balance, basically they're going to run out of money, we have some options. So with your authorizing board hats on, you could do one of two things. You could initiate a revocation process. You could also approve a financial contribution. The financial contribution is what you did last year. You said, okay, here's some money. Obviously, given the tone of tonight's meeting, we understand that that is not a very likely ask, and we are all aware of that. Similarly, what I want to make clear is there's kind of no reason that you would do a revocation, because you are also the governing board, and a governing board can initiate a self-closure action and just say, we've run out of money, we are making the decision to self-close. The two have the same end product, but one is a legally litigious and difficult process, and one is a relatively simple, if not heartbreaking process. So what is most likely to happen is that when if we have to come back to you, it'll be one of those two, either approve a financial contribution or initiate self-closure as the governing board. So where are we at? So in the first interim that you see today, this is what you would see if we broke out Fund 09. And this is something that we are working very hard on, because you see Fund 09 as one, but really it's five. And we saw this work when we started doing our, all the work in October, and we said, okay, what can we fix? And so we did a few things. So first of all, in the consent agenda, you approved a cleanup. This was a really big deal. All of these charter schools have cash in the bank. Cash earns interest. We hadn't been giving them their interest for more than a minute. And so what you authorized tonight cleaned that up. So we gave them their interest for some, which was like, $1 million for some of them. It was quite a bit of interest. We also took the time to cost by cost, we moved as many things out of unrestricted as we could into restricted funds. We have we've finished our MOU negotiations, so we updated what we think are their actual costs that they will owe to the district. And we've added in what they've actually spent as of last week. And so when we look at all that, it looks like everybody is going to end this year okay. I want to point out Carver, they don't go below zero, but they do go below the 5% required reserve. So if you recall, our charter schools, we require them, this is our requirement of them, that they maintain a 5% of expenditures fund balance, so that in their savings account, they always have at least 5% of their total cost for the year. So that would be below that for Carver. The problem becomes that we are still using quite a bit of one-time funds, and those fund balances are diminishing. So if we project forward to 26-27, the next year, and I want to be clear, this is a very simplified projection, and one of the things that you may have heard tonight is that projections are challenging. I will say that we are sending B to a projection training in January, well, hopefully we are. It's free, it's a FICMAT training. It's a free training, because we feel that as we have more responsibility for these budgets, we need to do a better job of projecting, so we're trying to get her that training. So what you see, if we assume the same projections as we have right now, and we look at how much one-time dollars are being spent this year, which is good. It's important that we use up those one-time dollars. We don't want to give them back. We see two of our schools potentially ending next year with a negative fund balance. For Bowling Green, that number of $330,000, while it's a big number, is actually not a big number for a school of their size. It represents about 3.5% of their budget. We've already started working with them on those cuts, and we feel pretty confident in their ability to make those cuts. With Carver, it's a bigger issue, because that $400,000 represents close to 20% of their budget, and they are already running a very skeleton crew of staffing, and it will be hard to make those cuts. We will try, but it will be challenging. I also want to emphasize that, we have this really strange relationship where, okay, the answer, build more revenue, get more students, but where we're at with some of these schools, get more students means bring on more staff, so it doesn't necessarily close the hole, unless we kind of get it in the right proportions. So next steps, and we've given these to the schools. We need them, and this is all by the first week in February, we need them to demonstrate a projective, positive, unrestricted ending fund balance for this year. And that's mostly our work, and that's us getting all of those adjustments that we talked about, the ones that you just approved into the financial software, so we can come with something better than my spreadsheets, because, my spreadsheets are not financial software. We need them to produce a budget development with a positive unrestricted ending fund balance. And we need that budget development to be based on compelling evidence of accuracy of their enrollment projections. So it's not like, oh yeah, we're gonna have 200 kids, no problem. It's, we have 50 freshmen enrolled. And that's what we're looking at. If we're unable to if these actions are unable to take place, we're going to come back to you and we're going to say, okay, we got to do one of these two things. We need to either talk about a contribution or we need to talk about self-closure. And I want to emphasize that I don't say that second one lightly. I don't say either of them lightly. But there is a point where I feel, and maybe my opinion, we can work really hard on these things. And we will, and we are. But there is also a point at which our jobs need to switch to being, how do we find a really good place for these students to land, and how do we not throw good money after bad, essentially. And in my opinion, that's February, because much later than that, we're already sunk into staffing costs for next year. We're already sunk into how do we help students find a good place. We're not as nimble as we can be. So with that, if you have questions, we are here. This is just an information item at this point.
Do we have any public comment?
We do not.
Any board discussion?
Just have one comment to make.
Member Ibarra.
When you look at this report, board, I am going to request that you take a look at the climate survey. Take a look at the climate survey and lean into one of the schools on that's listed on here. And then let that guide you as you think about your questions or your thoughts coming into January. I just wanted to say that.
Thank you. Member Kayada.
Just wanted to essentially confirm the assumption Dr. Goldman made, which is that we are not in a position to be bailing out these schools anymore. All these schools have been before us. They all do good work by their students, but we have a lot going on here. We're about to go into another charter school issue. We need to be spending our time on this, and these schools, need to sink or swim. We are trying to keep our traditional public schools open, and that's where our focus is. So I just want to be clear, there's no more money coming. Maybe we shouldn't have even done it last year, but that was really just a one-time thing. But this is not going to be a permanent part of this district. We support our charters. All of us go to our charters, especially the independent charters, to try to help them thrive. But if they're not thriving, the entire point of a charter school is if you don't thrive, then you go away and someone else has a shot. And if that's not working, come back to the traditional schools where you all should be in the first place. So, thank you.
Thank you very much, as always, for a clear report and clarifying for us the decisions we might need to make, giving us time to process it. I really do appreciate it. Thank you for all your work on the budget. I appreciate, too, the thinking and discovery of the interest, and that they got a little bit of a floater space to be like one last figure out what you guys are going to do. I'm thankful for that, so that they can get through this school year for sure and look at their decisions for next school year. And I'm looking forward to when this comes back to us in February. Not looking forward, but know that will probably come back to us in February for decisions and conversation. Thank you. All right, moving on to 12.1, the second reading and approval of revised board policy 1312.3, uniform complaint procedures. So I have the honor of presenting this. What I can share is that the policy committee had very little conversation from first reading to second reading and indicated absolutely no changes. It is very driven by specific other outside legal parameters. And we do think it is important that we update our policy to be in line with current law, practice, et cetera. Member Kayada, would you like to add anything to that report?
Yeah, I think I mentioned this last time, but just in case this is the meeting people listen to, this is not a very user-friendly document. It is a bunch of legalese because it's a bunch of citations, and this policy serves as a guide to point someone to their legal rights, and this is not meant to be the customer-facing. So we have guidance on our website that actually describes this in more detail. This is the policy itself, and I think we've got a good one here.
Thank you. And with that, the policy committee does recommend approval. Do we have any public comment?
We do not.
Is there any board discussion? I will entertain a motion.
I'll move. A second. Oh.
Thank you. Madam President or Superintendent?
Member Jean. Aye. Member Kayada.
Aye.
Member Benjamin.
Aye.
Member Singh.
Aye.
Member Ibarra.
Aye. Motion passes. Moving on to 12.2. Conduct a public hearing on Will C. Wood Middle School new construction, Prop 2, and adopt resolution number 3538 to authorize project. It's a good thing you have a long title while you're walking up. Welcome.
Good evening. All right. President Jean, members of the board, and Superintendent Allen, my name is Matt Chuckowitz. I'm the Director of Facility Design and Construction. Tonight we're holding the required public hearing under Education Code for the Will C. Wood Middle School Replacement Project proposed under Proposition 2. The project will replace the existing campus with a modern school designed to meet current educational standards and support future student needs. The estimated cost for construction is $98.5 million, with the construction scheduled roughly from June of 2028 through August of 2030. Approving this resolution is part of one of the requirements to obtain state funding for the project. Following this hearing, we will ask the board to approve resolution number 3538, authorizing the district to proceed with and apply for Prop 2 funding. Independent audits will be conducted to ensure transparency and compliance throughout the process. This investment is critical for providing safe, updated facilities for our students and community. We appreciate your input during this hearing and then furthermore respectfully request for approval of the resolution to move forward at the conclusion of the public hearing.
Thank you. Do we have any public comment?
We do not.
This concludes the public hearing. Do we have any board discussion? The one thing I will mention, just to clarify, these are bond monies, prop monies, and are completely and utterly separate from our district budget.
Correct.
Thank you. I will entertain a motion. So moved. And a second?
Second.
Thank you. And roll call.
Member Jean.
Aye.
Member Kayada.
Aye.
Member Benjamin.
Aye.
Member Singh.
Aye.
Member Ibarra.
Aye. All right. Next long title, conduct public hearing on use of government code 4217.10 et sec for Rosemont High School parking lot solar installation project and adopt resolution number 3539 to authorize project.
All right. I'm here again presenting the Rosemont High School parking lot solar project. After the public hearing, I'll be requesting approval through a vote to proceed under Government Code 4217 and in tandem approval to award the contract. This project reflects our core values, especially our commitment to equity by reducing energy costs and reinvesting in our schools. We're proposing the installation of over 1 megawatt of solar through carport canopies at Rosemont's north and south parking lots. This system will include 10 EV chargers and offset approximately 80% of the school's energy use. Construction is anticipated for the summer of 2026, minimizing classroom disruption and improving campus infrastructure. We're utilizing Government Code 4217 to streamline the process as an energy service contract. A public hearing notice was posted in accordance with the code, and tonight's meeting serves as the formal hearing required to proceed. A financial analysis has been prepared and provided to the board. These are highlights that confirm the project will generate sufficient energy savings at a very conservative 2% energy escalation rate to justify the investment that will help save general fund dollars for years to come. Please note that the investment tax credit is a large sum paid directly from the federal government. It is an estimated amount and currently in flux at the federal level. The savings do not hinge on this. It is an added benefit to the project, increasing savings exponentially. Estimated savings to the general fund totaled over $7.5 million. Over the life of the system, this translates to avoided cost escalations to the general fund annually in the hundreds of thousands of dollars. Tonight, we ask for the board to adopt Resolution 3503, authorizing the Energy Services Project under Government Code 4217.12 and awarding the contract to SiteLogic. Your approval enables us to move forward with the final design and planning. This concludes the staff presentation. We're now available for any board questions or comments before you consider closing the public hearing and considering action on the resolution.
Thank you. Do we have any public comment?
We do not.
This concludes the public hearing. Do we have board discussion? Member Kayada.
So which lots are these? Is this the one over by the auditorium? I'm not sure what the north and the south lots are.
It's I would say the frontmost facing lot on the front side of the school, and then what's considered the staff lot in the rear of the school, maybe.
Yeah, okay. And I know this is not our only solar project. I just want to make sure it's still accurate, because at one point, Chris told me Kennedy's getting the first solar parking lot. Is that still the case, or is this now something?
Yes, Kennedy and Burbank theirs are already in the works. This is the third one in the docket.
Okay, well, thank you. Keep up the good work.
Appreciate it.
And seeing no other discussion, I'll entertain a motion. Second?
Second.
And roll call vote?
Member Ibarra.
Aye.
Member Singh.
Yes.
Member Benjamin.
Yep.
Member Kayada.
Aye.
I know. Member Jean.
Aye. Thank you for that laugh at almost 10 at night, making sure we're awake.
Oh, and for the record, there is a map in here. I thought there was, but I couldn't find it, but it's here. So I see the lots. Thank you.
And item 12.4, conduct public hearing on proposed energy service contract and adopt resolution number 3540 to authorize and approve energy service contract with Efficient Lighting Design, Inc.
All right, again, Matt Jucknowitz here 3 times in a row. This is the presentation for the Phase 4 LED lighting replacement project. After the public hearing, I'll be requesting approval through a vote to proceed under Government Code 4217 and in tandem approve to award the contract. This project reflects our core values, especially our commitment to equity by reducing energy costs and reinvesting in our schools. We're proposing the replacement of over 22,000 light fixtures across 28 locations. This will reduce energy consumption, provides a greener alternative to fluorescent lighting, and will reduce countless hours of work from our maintenance department. Construction is anticipated for 2026, targeting evening installation, minimizing classroom disruption, and improving campus infrastructure. We're utilizing Government Code 4217 to streamline the process as an energy services contract. A public hearing notice was posted in accordance with the code, and tonight's meeting serves as the formal hearing required to proceed. A financial analysis has been prepared and provided to the board. These are highlights that confirm that the project will generate sufficient energy savings at a very conservative 2% energy escalation rate to justify the investment that will help save general fund dollars for years to come. Estimated savings to the general fund total to over $2.7 million over the life of the lights. This translates to avoided cost escalations to the general fund annually in the hundreds of thousands of dollars. Tonight, we ask the board to adopt Resolution 3503. I feel like I already said that one. Authorizing the Energy Services Project under Government Code 4217.12 and awarding the contract to Efficient Lighting Design Incorporated. Your approval enables us to move forward with the final design and planning of the project. This concludes the staff presentation. We're now available for any board questions or comment before you consider action on the resolution and closing of the public hearing.
Thank you. Do we have any public comment?
We do not.
Do we have any, oh, this concludes the public hearing. Do we have any board discussion? I'll entertain a motion. Motion by Member Ibarra. Second by
I'll second.
Member Singh. Roll call vote.
Member Ibarra. Aye. Member Singh.
Aye.
Member Benjamin.
Aye.
Member Kayada.
Aye.
Member Jean.
Aye. Thank you very much.
Appreciate it.
Moving on to 13.1, St. Hope Public Schools MOU and corrective action. Welcome back.
Okay, now it's too low.
Are you doing that for me?
No, that's where we're at tonight. Hi, everybody. I am Amanda Goldman. I am back here to talk about our MOU with St. Hope Public Schools and update on the correction action items that we've been that we have been working on over the last 6 months. With me is Leslie Locker, our attorney from F3 Law. She is going to start us off tonight with a recap of events and some updates on our operations MOU, and I'm going to speak about the corrective action meetings.
All right, good evening, members of the board and superintendent. Thank you again for having me back. So as you know, this has been quite a long process, and I'm not going to go through each of these milestone events here. However, I am going to key in a little bit to August 2025, which was the appointment of Member Benjamin in terms of his assistance, involvement, and input in the negotiations of this MOU with St. Hope. That ultimately culminated in a last, best, and final offer of the MOU language to St. Hope, and we are pleased to report that their board did approve that MOU just a few days ago. So in terms of what the purpose was over the last few months, we were looking at 4 principal areas. The first was, as you know, back office services and ensuring that there were no conflicts of interest and that there was language included in the MOU to ensure that the district had access to records and could inspect those to ensure that there were no conflicts of interest. Also, with respect to legal counsel, precluding conflicts of interest, particularly in investigations conducted on behalf of St. Hope. And then ensuring that their complaint procedures and investigations would be in alignment and on par with what the district standards are. So we wanted to ensure that we were actually memorializing that into the document. And then finally, probably the stickiest or most challenging area was around collective bargaining and ensuring that there were set expectations by the district of good faith bargaining on behalf or on the part of St. Hope. And so tonight, staff's recommendation is for the board to approve the MOU. It was a lot of work, but we are happy with generally with the language that resulted from the input of Member Benjamin and the various negotiations and conversations that we had with St. Hope representatives. But I think what's most important here is to underscore that this MOU is the first step, not the last step. This MOU is essentially laying the foundation for the future work ahead. And that is going to come in the form of these corrective action cycles, oversight, monitoring, et cetera, which Dr. Goldman will get into momentarily. And really the purpose of that is to inform the board's future decisions, whether that be to issue notices of correction, whether that be to renew or non-renew, or whether it could even lead potentially up to formal initiation of revocation proceedings. Hopefully we wouldn't get to that point, but again, this is the foundational document that is going to set in motion these various things and lay the foundation for the future work ahead.
And with that, I'm going to talk about the corrective action meetings. So we have been proceeding with the corrective action meetings as laid out in that MOU, even though the MOU was not yet approved. You all are aware because you get a lot of communication from me, but you get a monthly summary and you have access to all the documents submitted. We've been meeting since July. We've met on a number of topics, and I'll go over them briefly tonight. But before I speak to the specific meetings, I just want to pause and talk a little bit about the idea of a corrective action plan or process. So what that should look like, and we think about this in any sort of continuous improvement work. First, we establish our expectations. What are our concerns and what is our desired outcome? I want to remind us that when we started this process, I don't know that we knew what all of these things were yet. We were in a time crunch because of renewal, and so hindsight always 2020. I will always admit when I could learn more. There are things that I would have done differently that we can move forward and correct, but part of establishing the first step is always going to be establishing our expectations. Then there should be some sort of corrective action. Something needs to be done, and we need to see proof that it was done. But it's not the doing of the action that is the thing that matters. It's the outcome. And so we the next have to say, did the action elicit the desired outcome? Did it meet that established expectation? And if the answer is no, we have to go back and do different action. So with that, I want to talk about where we're at, and I'm going to frame it in those three things. I do want to remind everyone, this is point-in-time data. These things change all the time, and so I just wanted us to be really realistic about that. So the first two topics that I will go over, so the financials, our expectation was that charter financials would be handled accurately, transparently, and without conflict of interest. St. Hope took many actions to change the way they were doing their back office. They reduced their contract amount with the affiliated entities. They submitted adopted budget and unaudited actuals that were very clean and looked much better than we have ever seen. So I want to say the outcome there, the accuracy of the financials is much improved. The increased transparency of that three-party relationship is much improved. Where we have sort of hit a stop, and this is really not to fault St. Hope in this, but as a authorizer, I don't have any insight into St. Hope Academy, into St. Hope Development Corporation. And as we've talked about them with the team, there are things that those organizations need to fix, but I can't see inside them. I can't see their financials. So that's a limit. And again, it's just a statement. Our next expectation was that the charter school would maintain and implement updated, robust complaint and investigation policy. Again, we've seen them take that action. They have updated their complaint policies. They've updated protocols. They've updated policies with their board. And we've seen that increased training, increased improvement in policies. One of the things that Leslie and I actually were working on today, and this is again for all 10 of our independent charters, is it's really complaint policy is really complicated, and we would like to see both St. Hope and all of our charter schools tighten that up a little bit. And so we're going to work on that with them. We haven't even talked to them about that yet because we just figured it out today, but just being aware that that's part of the outcome. We also noticed in those discussions that there's a feeling that the staff are hesitant to do mandatory reporting, and that's something that always needs to be improved. It's a real thing, but it's something that we need to work on. We had the expectation that the governing board would conduct business in a manner that is transparent and accessible. This has actually been a huge improvement. If you go to the St. Hope websites, you can find materials now, you can find clarity. They've updated their committees, so they really have taken that action, and we have seen the outcome. The one that I think we're going to spend the most time talking about tonight is that the expectation that the charter school will employ and retain high-quality credentialed teaching staff. And this is where I say hindsight is 2020. If I could have written those expectations differently, I think I would have, because we wrote expectations that were actions. And I want to be clear, they have done those actions. They have shown me the things. What I also want to be clear about is the outcome doesn't seem to be there, and we seem to be having quite a bit of discussion about interpreting of the outcome as opposed to talking about the actual outcome. And to speak to that, I want to provide this quote. I'm reading. I'm always reading like interesting things. And one podcast I listen to a lot is Adam Grant. He thinks he's an organizational psychologist. He talks about like how do you make organizations work, and his premise is you have to rethink So his quote is, "Good scientists are aware of the limits of their understanding. They're expected to doubt what they know, be curious about what they don't know, and update their views based on data." I share this because I have no doubt that there will be challenges and or feedback to my analysis of the data. But I also know, and so does the research, that if we don't constantly question and rethink, we never see improvement. And problems don't get solved without root cause analysis. So that's what I hope that we can move forward with in a more significant way. I'm going to give the example of the retention data that was provided in your board packet. We have 3 different numbers on retention data. I was given a list of names, counted them one by one. Okay, this many in this many in this. And we still have disagreement on what the numbers are. And we're kind of going back and forth, and there were some communications about that. But at the end of the day, I don't really care. None of those numbers are good enough. None of those numbers are good enough. So let's stop going back and forth about the data, and let's talk about the outcomes. So our proposal from Leslie and I is that we approve the MOU tonight, but then we move forward in the spring with an additional notice of correction that is outcomes driven, not actions driven. That we say, hey, we're going to continue with our current work, but we're also going to issue a layer of notice that says, this is the metric we expect you to meet and by when. It gives us time to, frankly, stop arguing about the things, because I'm kind of done, just to be honest. I'm done arguing about the things. And it allows us to incorporate emergent issues that we've seen since we started this work. I know there are outstanding bargaining concerns. I know there are outstanding staffing concerns. We're hearing instructional material concerns. We didn't have all that information. I didn't have all that information 2 years ago. So moving forward, I would really like to see us be able to incorporate those. So in conclusion, we hope that you will approve the MOU tonight because it really is a foundation, and then we can focus on the next steps. We would love feedback on any feedback you have on the communication you've received on this topic and any guidance on additional corrective actions.
Thank you. Do we have any public comment?
We do have one speaker, Vanessa Cutterback.
Good evening, President Jean and trustees. Earlier tonight, you had the opportunity to hear the St. Hope educators who came to share with you the harsh realities of working at St. Hope Public Schools. They trusted you with their stories, despite experiencing retaliation, anti-union bullying, threats, and even violence. I want to thank Trustee Ibarra for coming to meet with the union members at St. Hope, and also Trustee Michael Benjamin for all your hard work. It means a lot because there is a general feeling among the teachers that no one running St. Hope cares about their well-being, and it is clear that you do. I want to acknowledge another group of teachers who is not here today, the over 30 teachers who have left teaching St. Hope since around this time last year. Some of those teachers only worked at St. Hope for weeks before resigning. This is not just a recent problem, but the teacher turnstile model at St. Hope that has existed for years. As you vote on this MOU today, I ask that you utilize it as a tool to finally hold St. Hope accountable. That means that St. Hope must commit to making serious changes to the toxic structures of operations that are there, ending at-will employment and their practice of weaponizing evaluations by tying them to salary raises and punishing teachers who report concerns. St. Hope needs to at least provide basic supplies such as books and technologies and bargain in good faith. One part of your MOU, Section 30, states that a charter school must bargain in good faith and follow all laws and regulations as enforced by PERB. On December 12th, that same PERB board issued a complaint to St. Hope for bad faith bargaining, interference with protected rights, and refusing to provide information as required by law. Signing the MOU is easy. Holding St. Hope to it will be the challenge, as they are already in violation.
Thank you. Do we have any board discussion?
Member Kayada.
I guess we're going to start with me, and then Mike's going to clean up my mess. All right. So I want to start by saying that I've gotten into the habit of writing out my comments so I don't forget to say what I intended to say or say it in a clear way. And tonight I wrote 2 different versions of what I was going to say for this agenda item. One of them is titled Reluctant Renewal. The other is entitled Denial and Revocation. And I want to be clear that I am very prepared to revoke the charter of this school due to how this MOU process has played out and what I've seen to be actually how this school operates. There's incredible political pressure around discussing this school. We're not allowed to say certain names, talk about certain people. We're not allowed to say Kevin Johnson. We're not allowed to say Michelle Rhee. We can't talk about Cassandra Jennings by name. We can't talk about her husband, who's on the city council, Rick Jennings, who's also in charge of one of the organizations that we contract with this district. We can't talk about all that inside game because we're focused on the school. But the school itself has just as many problems. As an attorney, this MOU offends me. This MOU is so far detached from the meeting of the minds that I believed I had with St. Hope staff when I met with them repeatedly about this, that to me it indicates I was hearing lies and obfuscation, and there was never an intent at the time we renewed this charter to fully commit to the changes that are necessary. I'm prepared to vote in favor of this MOU for one reason alone, and that is because I trust Michael Benjamin. I trust his judgment that he acted on behalf of the board to negotiate the terms and that this is the best we can get and that this is the best way to manage the school. However, I have grave concerns. This MOU should have been approved months ago, either in the first version we offered or the one that I modified on the dais to meet the needs that were conveyed to me at the time, which apparently were not actually what they wanted. The way St. Hope has delayed and weakened this MOU unfortunately confirms many of the worst fears that I've had about how this organization operates. And I am specifically using the word organization on purpose because St. Hope is not a school, as we've identified as one of their governance weaknesses at the time we renewed their charter. They are, in fact, a series of interrelated businesses that are propped up by education funding that should be going to these kids. This is one of the many issues they have yet to correct. Throughout this renewal process, St. Hope has shown a shocking lack of insight into the problems with how they operate. I've met with their team on multiple occasions to get a sense of their willingness to adopt true structural changes needed for them to properly function as a charter school. Throughout that process, they repeatedly minimized the problems. They continued to minimize them last night in a message we got from the interim superintendent. They agreed to my face to address the district's concerns, but then they worked behind the scenes to remove all accountability that will ensure that they do. That is the reason it took us so long to get this MOU before us. This final MOU has a lot of language that is completely inconsistent with the direction we provided to our staff and to St. Hope when we renewed their charter. And again, this renewal was on the explicit condition that this MOU be signed. And in no way did we say, we're going to negotiate the terms you want. They should have signed the MOU we offered. If not, they should have taken the rejection of the charter at that time. As a reminder, our direction was intended to address documented deficiencies identified by a report we commissioned by Christy White. However, this MOU continues to allow St. Hope to operate in many of the same ways that Christy White's report identified as deficient. I'll name just 2 examples. First, governance structure and operations. The MOU continues to allow 2 individuals with documented conflicting roles to continue operating for the benefit both of the school and the related entities. Kevin Highstand, the school's apparently preferred attorney, can still serve 2 masters with very limited restrictions. Essentially, is he going to get himself disbarred? That's the lowest bar we can possibly have for an attorney. Cassandra Jennings, who formerly held the dual roles of the president and CEO of St. Hope's related entity and the chair of St. Hope Public Schools Board, can still advise the school. And with her clout she has with the organization, in fact, to me, that means that it's operating just as it did 2 years ago. If Cassandra asks for something, it's going to happen. This loophole, it is large enough to drive a truck through. With respect to labor relations, the MOU only requires bargaining in good faith if a certified collective bargaining agreement has been established. That is a perverse incentive to actually resist signing a CBA. Because once they do that, they have to be in good faith. But before that, this MOU actually requires nothing of them. I'm very concerned that this provision will allow them to continue to reject the rights of their teachers. As artfully negotiated as this MOU was, by Dr. Goldman, by our staff, our attorneys, and Michael Benjamin, Member Benjamin, I'm concerned that it will be insufficient to ensure St. Hope operates in a manner consistent with state education laws and community expectations that we verbalized at the time we renewed their charter. I am concerned with the quality of the education they're providing for their students. I'm concerned about their continuing governance structure deficiencies. I'm concerned that they don't seem to understand that how they've been operating has been a problem. St. Hope is an organization with a long history of troubling decisions and operating outside of the spirit of the law. I put that history aside when considering their charter renewal, looking at the school as it is today and not finding it in my mind by the lens of its past. I met with their leaders in good faith and with an open mind, but it seems like that approach was wrong. My good faith and open mind were met with half-truths, false promises, and backroom scheming. I approached this renewal from a place of trust, transparency, and honesty, but I was met with the opposite from St. Hope. So to staff, thank you, Amanda, for what you just said. We're not going to let up on this MOU, and we're definitely going to issue additional corrective actions because this MOU is not getting us what we asked for at the time of renewal. More importantly, I am reaffirming that our position is that this MOU is a floor and not a ceiling. We can always do more. We should continue to demand full accountability from St. Hope, even if that accountability is not explicitly outlined in this MOU. The second anything comes up that we need to hear about, it should come back to this board. It shouldn't be board communication. Obviously, little things, but we need frequent reports because we need to know what's going on, and our community needs to know that we are paying attention, and they need to know what's going on. And my message to St. Hope, if they will hear it after what I just said, is that the time is really now to actually work with us in the partnership you promised to ensure that your students, your scholars, as you call them, are getting the education that they deserve. The process of how you engage around this MOU makes me doubt that you will do so, but I'm going to choose to be optimistic that maybe that will change. In the meantime, we are going to continue to exercise the most intensive oversight you have ever seen out of this district, and not just when you're up for renewal. It's starting today. It's unfortunate that you, St. Hope, have shown that you cannot be trusted to do the right thing without intense oversight, but we will stay vigilant because we owe it to our community to do so. At the end of the day, we all want to do right by the kids who are enrolled in your school, and that's it.
Member Benjamin.
Thank you. Thank you, Member Kayada. And I just want to echo that. I want to start historically, though. You keep using this term Sac High. It's not Sac High. It's St. Hope Public School. I graduated from Sac High. Sac High is a comprehensive high school with a VAPAC program and trades, right? And with accredited teachers and with, an accredited administration. This is not what Sac High is. And I want to get this straight. We have to shift this narrative that this is St. Hope Public School. I think one of the cardinal mistakes we made as a district is those years ago when we allowed this organization to brand under the Sac High moniker, right? They're wearing our colors, they got our mascot, but it's not Sac High. Sac High is, the original Sac High is the second oldest school on the west side of the Mississippi. And it was governed different. When I went there, there was a principal, Mary Perez. Mary Perez taught my father. So when I got to the Sac High, she was then my principal, right? So there's this long lineage of educators who are at Sacramento High School who were dedicated and credentialed. Having said that, and I feel a lot of your concerns, this memorandum of understanding, going in, this was something that I knew would be new to this situation, right? For the first time, we're having this conversation about, our concerns and the constraints. And so this memorandum of understanding establishes a framework for oversight, accountability, and collaboration, hopefully between the school district and St. Hope Public Schools. This is to ensure that the charter school and the charter high school, St. Hope Public Schools 7, operate in alignment with district, state, and federal requirements, as well as SCUSD's equity framework. This MOU acknowledges community-identified concerns related to teacher recruitment and retention, access to basic instructional supplies, which should not be happening, facilities maintenance, and overall school performance. These conditions have disproportionately impacted students from historically underserved communities and are identified by families as contributing to declining enrollment and diminished trust. In response, the MOU emphasizes access to high-quality instruction, safe and supportive learning environments, and improved outcomes for student groups with the greatest needs. Under this MOU, St. Hope Public School commits to implementing corrective actions aligned with Sacramento City Unified School District's priorities, including improving instructional quality through stable and credentialed staffing, ensuring access to standards-aligned curriculum and essential classroom materials, maintaining safe, clean, and functional facilities, and addressing disparities in academic achievement, attendance, engagement, and school climate. The MOU reinforces Sac City Unified School District's oversight authority through ongoing monitoring, transparent reporting, data sharing, fiscal and programmatic reviews, and compliance evaluations tied to indicators and performance metrics. St. Hope Public Schools agrees to fully cooperate with these oversight activities and to implement corrective actions within established timelines. Failure to implement required corrective actions or demonstrate sustained improvement may result in escalating consequences consistent with district policy and state law. These may include, but are not limited to, increased monitoring, reporting requirements, mandated technical assistance, or intervention plans, fiscal restrictions, or conditions finding of noncompliance. And if deficiencies remain unaddressed, recommendations impacting charter renewal, revocation, or other enforcement actions available to the district. By clearly defining expectations, accountability measures, and consequences for noncompliance, the MOU is intended to rebuild community trust, ensure equitable educational opportunities, improve school performance, and support long-term stability and enrollment while prioritizing student success. I will say this, as I mentioned before, I'm in the community, right? Born and raised in Oak Park, and so I want St. Hope to understand that the inconsistencies that exist at the school, I get firsthand. I get first-person stories. So this is not anything made up. This is not anyone trying to report or come after anything. These are the stories that I'm getting firsthand, and it's problematic. This is a school that's designed to serve and teach the most marginalized students, which means that the investment that goes into this has to be the biggest investment we can. Everybody knows in education, the most money you're going to spend is on faculty and staff. That's what it is. And so teachers, you have to pay your teachers and you have to support your teachers, period, point blank. If the report is at all true, and if 70 teachers were hired and 54 are gone, that's ridiculous. If this was a hospital and we hired 70 doctors and 54 of them were gone in a calendar year, who's serving or who's treating the patients? It's the same thing. Who's teaching the students? We had a teacher get up today and say, hey, I feel threatened at the school, right? Part of that is because it's an environment where if you don't have the adequate educators, then what you're going to start to see is an increase in behaviors. We know that. Those of us in education know that. We're going to stand on this. As Member Kayada said, this will be the most oversight they've seen. In fact, I'm going to look to get a board seat on the St. Hope Public School Board, and so we can guarantee that this board has the oversight that we need. We have to protect our kids. We can't damage our kids. They're already at a deficit. I quoted something that Amanda said is, I'm through with all the things. That's it. We got bigger things to look at. We're looking at fiscal solvency. This type of stuff shouldn't be coming in front of us. We should not have to address these types of things. And so with that, I will look to approve this with the added corrective actions that concentrate more on outcomes than actions. Thank you.
And just to be clear, we don't actually have that list of corrective actions for you tonight. We'll bring it back.
Member Ibarra? Oh, and I'm sorry to interrupt. We are at that point where we have 5 minutes or we're going to have to extend the meeting. So not to cut anybody off, but just be aware of that.
Correct. Thank you. Well, with that said, I'm not going to echo what they said, but I'm going to say I agree with everything that both of you said, but I'm going to add some stuff here. Because it's, in the meeting when I pulled this from consent agenda, I walked out of this building and Elisha Ferguson made it a point to tell me in the parking lot that she wanted to have a relationship. But her lack of wanting to be authentic and truthful in these spaces does not demonstrate that. And it's unfortunate that she's not here to hear this, which is why I'm going to keep it short. I'm tired of getting gaslighting emails of updates of the great things happening at public schools, like I don't know what's really happening at St. Hope. I too am from Oak Park with a deep, deep connection to families. And I still don't understand why we don't have an update on the investigation of this coach/dean and his poor behavior and the sexual misconduct. So it makes it hard for me to trust the folks who are willing to defend, and I'll say it, allegedly, an alleged person who can't even go onto the property. And I feel like in the spaces, they're defending him and not the students. And that's where my concerns lie. Because my job is to ensure that our students have quality education. And I'm gonna end with this. I heard a story this week. And I'm not gonna use this person's name for his privacy. A Black male who graduated from St. Hope Public Schools, from Sac High, under St. Hope Public Schools, and went on to a university with this data that is publicized of how great they are at getting these kids into these universities. And then he got to a university and had to take remedial classes when he got there. So when we talk about transparency, lead with honesty and respect your teachers. When you were in bargaining, I sat in a bargaining session, and you were upset with the negotiator, I'm sorry, your feelings of John Borsos are irrelevant. He's doing his job. But your attitude towards your teachers, it's disgusting. I sat there and watched Elisha sit in front of 3 of her teachers, and her body language was towards them, and her anger, I know, was towards John. And she sat there and rolled eyes at them, and it was just uncomfortable for me to watch, because that's a direct reflection. If this is what she's willing to do in front of me, I can only imagine her attitude behind closed doors when I'm not in the room and when others aren't in the room to be the voice for these teachers. Needless to say, using the words that she used in her latest email to us, needless to say, when you are taking young teachers who are going into teaching and discouraging them from staying in the profession because of your lack of wanting to give them an environment where they have what they need to teach our students, that doesn't demonstrate the things you send me in the emails. So I'm going to support the motions that are being placed here so that we can hold that accountability. But I'm watching with a hawk's eye. And if you want me to stop watching with a hawk's eye, stop treating me like I'm John Borsos when I walk in the room. I'm not negotiating with you guys. SETA is. And if you're uncomfortable with the fact that you see my picture when you walk in there, ask yourself why. Ask yourself why teachers supported me. Teachers, in fact, in Oak Park, are the ones who paved the way for me to be able to be in this seat today. In the heart of Oak Park. That is why they support me, because when they paved that way, I understood that we were in the fight together. Does that mean that everyone else doesn't care? No, that's not what it means. But we need to do better and create better environments for learning and for teaching to happen.
All right, I need to entertain a motion to extend our meeting. I'm going to say 8 minutes. 8 minutes. 10?
10 minutes just in case. All right, motion.
Motion for 10 minutes. Do I have a second?
Second.
All right, we, all in favor?
Sure.
Okay, we do have a motion on the floor for approving this with the thought of the moving forward. Do we have a second for that? Seconded by Member Singh. Is this a roll call vote? Yes, all right, roll call vote.
Member Jean.
Aye.
Member Kayada.
Reluctantly, aye.
Member Benjamin.
Yeah.
Member Singh.
Aye.
Member Ibarra.
Aye. I will go ahead and briefly just say thank you both. I have heard stories about this journey and the commitment and the dedication, and I really appreciate you hearing, not only communicating clearly to us what our responsibilities are and what you needed from us, but then following through on what we had asked and making sure that we got to this point. And I really appreciate you mentioning that this is the beginning, that we now have the things in place we need to actually move this forward the way we want to see it move forward. So thanks for being in this journey with us. We look forward to next steps. All right, 14.0, we have received the information. 15.0. We have future board meeting dates and locations, January 15th here at 4:45 for close, 6:15 for open, and February 5th the same. I will entertain a motion to adjourn.
I move.
Do we have a second?
Second.
Is anybody opposed? Absolutely not. We only needed a minute, guys. You wanted 10?
I thought just you might have something to say.
Thank you all.